Hi, Bob. I'm doing an early sound check.
From here.
Great.
Hi, Tammy and Austin and Farah. Can you hear us okay? Great, thank you. Welcome, Lee. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks. I touched your computer, but only to.
We're going to get started in about 3 minutes.
And Lynn, I need to just remind you again, I have to leave by about 10 of 7 if we run that long.
I'm sorry, Austin, I can't hear you.
I just
Can
said
we-
I want,
Go ahead.
No.
I just said I wanted to remind you that I have to depart by 7:10.
So I hope that we can be efficient and get it done. Jennifer, Paula, Mandy, Joe, Pat. And George. Okay.
I'm going to open to attendees.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to be open to attendees.
Let's just give a moment while folks come in.
You want to start recording?
Recording
We're
in
recording. Please
progress.
proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. It's June 24, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the town council with an additional meeting included in it with the library trustees. The open meeting law allows us to continue holding meetings remotely without a quorum of the council physically present at the meeting location. However, there is a quorum present in the town room tonight. As long as we are able to provide alternative access, and we are doing that by Zoom, by phone, and as a live broadcast on Amherst Media, Channel 9, and live stream. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the June 24, 2024 regular town council meeting to order at 6:01. And I will call on each of you. Please unmute your mic, say yes, and then we'll go back. Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devon Gothier is not here at this time. Counselor Ette, not here yet. Lynn Griesmer, present. Counselor Haneke.
Present.
Bob Hegner.
Present.
Counselor Lord.
Present.
Pam Rooney. Oh, she's not here yet. Okay. Counselor Ryan.
Present.
Kathy Shane.
I'm here.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Here.
Counselor Walker.
Here.
Thank you, Alicia. There is no chat room for this meeting. If you have technical issues, please let Athena and me know. And if they become so difficult, we will find a way to address that during the meeting. The order of the agenda is slightly changed in that a discussion item in 7 regarding the Jones Library vacancy the questions for the Jones Library candidates will occur now. And while we have a preliminary discussion of the town manager's goals, the full discussion is actually postponed till July 15th. At this time, I'm calling on Austin Surratt, Chair of the Jones Library Board of Trustees, to call the meeting of the trustees to order and take roll.
Thank you, Lynn. This meeting of the Jones Library Board of Trustees is called to order. Please indicate your presence verbally. Farah,
Here.
Tammy. Tammy didn't hear you. Still can't hear you, Tammy. Jean?
So
Okay,
hear.
Tammy, I heard you. Jean?
Here.
Thank you. Lee?
Here.
Okay, and I'm Austin Saratlin. We're all set.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Pam Rooney to just come over, touch the mic, say here, and
I'm here.
thank you, Pam. Okay. You have in the packet tonight and sent to you late last week, the revised memo for attachments A through D. In addition to that, many of you were quite responsive and submitted questions for possible inclusion. So is my job, whether I've done it well or not, to try to incorporate those questions into a document that is now attachment E, draft questions. That is the focus of our discussion tonight. I will say up front, I think the 10 questions is probably too many, but let's figure out what we can do with that. And I'd like to start by taking it by sections and see if there are suggestions or changes people would like. Please use the raise hand function. So the section on the role of the Jones Library trustees. There's 3 questions there. Several of you did provide questions that asked people to think about the future of libraries. And so I took an average of the number of years and came up with about 20. And then there's also 2 questions that really relate to the collaboration with both the library director and also the fact that library trustees are also serve as a board of a private entity, a nonprofit. So are there any questions or comments on that first set of questions? Sarah?
Lynn, this is a professional hazard. I do have some edits, but maybe we come back to that after we have the bigger picture discussion. That's up to you.
That's fine. Thank you. We can do that.
Okay.
All right, so then we're going to go roll of all board members. And there's 2 questions there. Counselor Ete, I'm going to ask you to just lean in, say present with your mic, and then we'll continue.
Present.
Thank you. Austin?
Lynn, just you said you think 10 are too many. So is there you have a sense of what would be the right number?
We've usually tried to shoot for about 8.
Okay.
You know, if we only have 2 or 3 candidates, it's really not that many. But when you start thinking about the fact that each candidate gets 1 to 2 minutes to answer each question. So as you go through, if you have 10 questions, an opening statement and a closing statement, that's 34 minutes. No, 20, 30, it's 24 minutes a candidate. Okay. Kathy, you have your hand up.
I was going to add, Austin, that if you look at some of the question, there's 2 parts. So, tell me one good thing, unless we just want, 1-word answers to some of these, yeses and nos. Some of them ask for a longer statement. So that was the interest of moving it along in terms of how many.
I mean, one of the options that we have is that we wait and see how many candidates we have. We can cut back on the opening statements. We can cut back on the closing statements. And for that matter, we can even say, each question is 1.5 minutes. All right, then let's go on to number 6, strength of and areas for improvement in the Jones Library. Okay, and then current and upcoming issues facing the Jones Library trustees. Counselor Haneke.
Um, I think these could be combined in a way. But I also, number 8, the clause at the end seems to put a thumb on the scale of something just in how it's worded, and I don't like that thumb. I feel like question 7 kind of does too, but I understand where 7 is coming from. But I think I would delete 8 and maybe keep 7.
Okay, are there any other thoughts on that? Kathy?
I was going to have the same suggestion. I also think that it's a complex question, number 8, in terms of if you don't have someone who's ever evaluated a major building project, it's kind of a setup. And I thought 7 was global enough that they could, if the person has some thoughts on this, they could speak to them.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts on eliminating 8? Bob Hegner.
Yeah, I concur with eliminating 8, but my concern is that both these questions deal only with the expansion and the renovation project. They don't deal with other issues with the library. And, you know, there are many other issues that a library faces. So perhaps we should get it into like what the role of the library is in the community or something like that.
Well, we have that in question 1.
Okay.
Please describe your understanding of the role of a public library and the services it should provide to the community now and 20 years in the future.
Okay. Anyway, that was my thought, that
Okay.
it's kind of a narrow focus here.
Farah?
I just wanted to point out, just in terms of what Bob said, we do have and the repair option in 7, so that is covered.
Okay.
And like Lynn said, the role of the library is covered in 1.
I'm hearing a consensus that we're eliminating number 8. Okay. We're going to go on to skills and interests. What additional strengths and skills would you bring? And then also, as you know, trustees serve on a few committees during their time on the board. Which committees do you believe most suit your skills? Farah, you have your hand up still.
Oh, sorry.
Kathy?
This one, I guess, is too long when I have to go on 4 lines to read the question. So if I'm not sure what we were doing here, you know, do we want to know whether they have any budget analysis skills, investment management? So working with major, when you, so it's what additional strengths and skills. So I'm not even sure what we mean by additional that we originally asked them. So I just would pare it down and focus on, do you have any strength, skills, experience on managing a nonprofit organization, endowments and budgets? You know, I would make it shorter. So I'm not sure exactly which words.
You can get into paring it down. I agree with that. Several people, I will tell you, did speak particularly to including, for example, fiscal management and using endowments and investments, working with major building and or repair projects. So I was trying to be inclusive here because I did get a lot of comments regarding those. So I think taking the word additional out is probably very appropriate. Counselor Haneke.
So yeah, I would take additional out because we don't actually have another question about their skill strengths. And I would delete the entire parenthetical because that gets to only a portion of strengths or skills that someone might have. And it seems to say, well, this is the kind we're looking for, and we're not looking for any other strengths and skills. And I don't like that it focuses on just these particular skills when there are many others that can come into play, especially with a board of trustees.
Yep.
And a library in general and a public body and all of that. So I would delete the entire parenthetical and leave it up to the person answering the question to determine what skills they want to highlight. I would delete number 10 completely because, and I feel like number 10 is not something that we as a council should be weighing in on when we pick a library board of trustee member. That is something that the 6 members of the board themselves need to discuss amongst themselves once they have all 6 there to determine how to set up their own subcommittees and who they should appoint to others. So I feel like this is getting into an area that is much more internal to the board itself than who to appoint.
Okay. Austin?
Lynn, I was going to make the same point about number 10. I think it should be, I think it should be deleted.
Okay.
People applying may not know what committees the board has, so even if it was appropriate to ask, you'd have to give them, here are what our committees are. So if it could be deleted, I think that would be good.
Great. So let me summarize where we are at this point. We have made no changes in the first section, role of the Jones Library trustees, the second section, role of all board members, or the third section, strengths of and areas for improvement in the Jones Library. In the next one, current and upcoming issues facing the Jones Library trustees, we've eliminated question number 8. Under skills and interest, we've eliminated the word additional in number 9 and everything that is in the parentheses. And then we've eliminated question number 10. That brings us to 8 questions with some modifications in the others. Are there other questions, comments? Kathy?
Lynn, so does number 9 read, what strengths or skills would you bring to the library board of trustees? Question mark?
Yes.
Good. That, I just wanted to, so
The
everything.
question mark was at the end of the parent.
Yeah, so that, it's a good question then. I like that because they can say anything in there that's relevant. Thanks.
Tammy?
Could we add experience? What strengths, skills, and experience would you bring?
Excellent. Okay. I think that's a good suggestion. And are there other suggestions and other changes? Farah, this would be the time to do any edits that you'd like to suggest?
Okay. So for the second question, I would rephrase to say the library board of trustees, and then continue to say is expected to collaborate with, comma, and hold accountable, comma, the library director. And then go on to say, how would you approach this dual role to achieve the best outcome for the library system?
Right, let me make sure I got that. The
Let-
library board of trustees is expected to collaborate with, comma, and hold accountable,
Accountable.
comma, the library director, period, right?
Yep.
Okay,
How would you approach this dual role to achieve the best outcome for the library system?
okay. I think I got those. Whether
Okay,
yeah,
there's
go ahead.
more. I mean, I
Yeah.
could send these to you as a Word doc if it's
It's
easier.
better if we come to agreement
Okay.
tonight, in public meeting.
Okay. A Jones Library trustee also has the dual role for number 3, and just leave the rest of the sentence as is.
Okay, the library board of trustees, the library board of trustees.
No, a
Yeah.
Jones Library trustee also has the dual role of serving as blah, blah, blah.
Okay, a Jones Library trustee also has the dual role of serving. Okay, got it.
before you go on, I think you could drop the phrase dual role, which was repeated in the second question and the third question, and just say the library board, right? Jones
Yeah.
Library trustee, and then just drop out dual role and just say, you know, you do
How would
this,
you
do
approach
that.
this?
Correct.
Yeah.
So also has the role.
No, just say, how would you approach this role? I mean, you don't need,
Okay, I need to understand, are we working on question 3?
yep.
Okay, tell me what you would like it to say, Farah.
So right now, it should say a Jones Library trustee also has the dual role of serving, and then the rest of the sentence continues as is.
Mhm.
And the next sentence, I believe what Austin is saying is, how would you approach this role? Is that what you're
No.
saying, Austin?
No, no. So Lynn, let me just provide a different, a Jones, this is for number 3. A Jones Library trustee serves as a municipal/publicly elected official and a board member of a private entity.
Ah,
How would you approach these responsibilities? That way you're not using the phrase dual role 3 times in 2 questions.
Got it? So it would say, a Jones Library trustee serves as a municipal/publicly elected official and a board member of a private entity. How would you approach these responsibilities? Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
um, for number 4,
Yes.
I would just say, tell us about your experience collaborating with a group, and then continue with the rest of the sentence.
Okay, is there general agreement with that? She's would like to eliminate everything after the comma in number 4 and just end. Tell us about an experience you have
No.
collaborating
No.
with a group.
No, that's not what I said, Lynn. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Tell us about your experience collaborating with the group, and the rest of the sentence is fine, particularly where opinions were in conflicts and decisions were controversial.
Okay. Tell us about your experience collaborating with a group. Okay? Comma, and then the rest of it.
Yeah.
Okay?
For number 5, the second sentence, in the second part of that sentence, I would just say, what role can the trustees play?
Okay.
And the section where it says strengths of, I would say strengths of, comma, and areas for improvement in, comma.
Okay.
And for number 7, I would just say, what are your thoughts on the Jones renovation expansion project and the repair option? I don't think we need to say concerning the Jones renovation expansion.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to go through and read them one time. Okay? First one stays the same. Please describe your understanding of the role of a public library and the services it should provide to the community now and 20 years in the future. Number 2, the Library Board of Trustees is expected to collaborate with, comma, and hold accountable, comma, the library director, period. How would you approach this dual role to achieve the best outcomes for the library system? 3, a Jones Library trustee serves as a municipal/publicly elected official and a board member of a private entity. How would you approach these responsibilities? Question mark. Tell us about the experience, tell us about your experiences collaborating with a group, particularly where opinions are in conflict. Yes? and decisions were controversial and or raised criticism from stakeholders. Freke, I'm sorry, Councilor Ete, you have your hand up.
This is for question 2. I think you said this dual role. Is dual supposed to be singular or is that plural?
Singular, I would say singular.
Singular, okay.
Yeah. Okay, Pam Rooney, you have your hand up?
I think I would go back to the Anne experience, if people don't mind. I could, spend hours talking about my experiences, and we really want to limit them to one incident, I think, if people are comfortable with that.
Okay, so you wanted to read, tell us about an experience you have had collaborating with the group, particularly with, and the real goal there is, so the sentence stays the same. The real goal there is to limit them to one experience. Okay. Kathy?
I was just going to say that actually we'd like to have them tell us about an experience. I mean, it's not just have you dealt with this, but give us an example. That's what it's asking for.
Yeah, it is asking for an experience, an example. I mean, we could say, give us an example of where you have collaborated with a group, particularly where opinions were in conflict. Please provide an example. Please provide an example where you have collaborated. Got it. Eugene, you have your hand up.
I don't want to revisit question number 3, but I'm slightly confused. Is a Jones Library trustee also a member of the I'm assuming the board member of a private entity, the private entity being the Friends of the Jones? I know
Yes.
Are we actually members? It's not like listed
It's
that
not-
way.
No,
No.
the private entity is the Jones Library, Inc.
Right.
We're not members of the board of the Friends.
Okay, all right. Okay. That's what I was assuming. Thank you.
The 5th question, the town has a commitment to end structural racism and achieve equity for all residents. What role can the trustees play to ensure the public library is a partner in upholding these commitments? Next one is in the title, strength of, and areas for improvement in, the Jones Library. There's no change to the sentence or the question. Under the next area, current and upcoming issues, what are your thoughts about the Jones renovation/expansion project and the repair option? Under skills and interests, what strengths/skills/experience would you bring to the Library Board of Trustees? ? End sentence. Austin.
Lynn, thank you for all of that. I just want to actually suggest that there be a change made in number 2, and I'm sorry I didn't catch this earlier.
Mhm.
The Board of Library Trustees is expected to collaborate with and to supervise the library director. I think the phrase hold accountable is a very narrow range of what we do. We supervise.
Okay. So it reads, it actually had been changed to say the Library Board of Trustees is expected to collaborate with and supervise the library director. Okay. Farah?
Yeah, in which case you don't need the comma after with.
Yes, I added that.
Yeah.
I added 2 commas and that's, no, 1 comma. Thank you. Are there any other changes?
You don't need either.
I don't need, thank you. This is getting messy, but that's okay. Are there any other changes? Okay, we have come up with 8 questions with significant edits. I will make sure those are changed and made available, and the position has been posted. And I just want to remind you, so that you encourage people to apply, that that posting went up last week, and that statements of interest are due to the clerk of the town council on Tuesday, July 9th, 2024 at 4 p.m. And they will then be certified, and then packets will be sent out to all of the candidates as well as to the trustees and to the council on July 11th. And we will conduct these interviews on Monday, July 15th at 6:00 p.m. Are there any questions? Any further comments? With that, Austin, I'm going to ask you to adjourn the trustees.
Thank you, Lynn. This meeting of the Jones Library Board of Trustees stands in adjournment.
Thank you.
We're going to go on to announcements. We'll show them on the screen, and I just want to mention 2 events coming up. On July 30th at 2:30, there is reception to welcome and congratulate Captain Ting and Press Director Kamala Tariq. And that is at Mill River. Did I say July? It's June 30th. I'm sorry. The other one, however, is July, and it's July 2nd at 6:00. And that is when the town will celebrate its 4th of July with fireworks, etc. And that is at McQuirk Stadium. And there is the announcement of that. Note that the rain date for that is Monday, July 8th. Okay. We are going to go on to general public comment. If there's anybody in the room that would like to make general public comment, please make sure you've signed up with Athena. If there's anybody in the audience who would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Okay. I am seeing only one hand in the audience, and unless I see more, that's where we're going to keep it. Okay, we have one in the town room and one in the audience. Let me just state that public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the town council. Residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during general public comment. Public comments are not reflective of the opinions of the town council. The First Amendment broadly protects individual rights to address the government, to speak, and to express themselves, including their right to say hateful and offensive things. I am generally unable to shut those commenters down under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, unless their level of speech falls within an exception articulated by the courts, such as fighting words, true threats to a particular individual, harassment of a particular individual, or incitement of imminent lawless activity. If a question exists as to whether a particular speaker is engaging in unprotected speech, I must defer to the principles of the freedom of speech. We'll recognize the person who is in the town room first. Please come forward, state your name and where you live. Make sure the button is on and it's green. There we go.
My name is Andy Anderson. I live in District 5.
You need to really move into the mic.
My name is Andy Anderson. I live in District 5. I am commenting on the failure of our petition for ranked choice voting to get passed. I'm commenting on the failure of our petition to the legislature to approve our petition for ranked choice voting for use in our town council elections. The Joint Committee on Election Laws seemed favorable on this, but at the last minute, everything was sent to study. The word is that the speaker bigfooted it, basically. So they came up with some excuses. Excuses were, well, the statewide vote rejected it. You know, we are a state with home rule, so that doesn't apply. We're guaranteed to have the ability to adopt things for our own local governance. They said there were 7 home rule petitions, and each had their own merits. They had to study them. Well, we've had ours in there for 4 years, and you know, they can study it. Don't need more time to study it. They've had plenty of time to study it. They say we had the Votes Act. We have to study its effect. Well, that's not really relevant either because they have different characteristics as to what they do. And finally, they say any major changes to voting systems at this time is premature. And of course, ranked choice voting is being adopted all over the country. It's been in Cambridge for 82 years, in East Hampton for 3 years, I think. So there really is no good reason for them to not move forward on this. But I think the point here is that trying to get it through the legislature is going nowhere. That is not a method by which this can be finally put into place. So you are basically left with 3 options. One is what I've been suggesting for a while now, which is just you adopt it as a bylaw, put it in place. That was the original intention of the Charter Commission, and that would be the simplest way to go. It could be done easily and quickly. You might think that it should be put directly into the charter. There are 2 ways that this can be done without going through the legislature. One would be a charter amendment where the council approves things by 2/3, and then it's put before the citizens again for a vote. That's sort of what the Charter Review Committee is going to do, but there's no reason to wait because the charter,
You need to conclude.
the RCV Commission has already reviewed this. You could turn around right now and arrange to put it before a vote before the citizens this November, so it could be used the following November.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Georgia Malcolm, please enter the room, state your name and where you live, and make sure you unmute. Thank you. Go ahead, Georgia.
Yeah, my name is Georgia Malcolm, and I really, you know, this idea that the town council is going to come up with some way to curb spending. And I just really want to read this to you. This was shared with Paul Bockerman 3 years ago. It's called the anti-race. It's a continuum. And I think Amherst falls within here. Tolerant of a limited number of token people of color and members from other social identity groups, allowed in with proper perspective and credentials, may still secretly limit or exclude people of color in contradiction to public policies. Continues to intentionally maintain white power and privilege through its formal policies and practices, teachings, and decision-making on all levels of institutional life. Often declares, we don't have a problem. Monocultural norms, policies, and procedures of dominant culture viewed as the right way. Business as usual. Engages issues of diversity and social justice only on club members' terms and within their comfort zone. You know, so for me, you know, I look at Deborah Ferreira, who is such an amazing human being. And, you know, I remember having a conversation with Paul Bockerman at the high school after a basketball game. And I reminded him that I had met with him before. And I said, when you have a diverse body of people and you have different perspectives, it can be really powerful. And he told me that basically you guys have given him the power and he's not going to share it. And I think you guys have really done a bad job of holding Paul Bockerman accountable. Ms. Anabaku spoke about the ARPA funds, that the Black businesses didn't get any money. I mean, don't you think that's within the realm of what you guys do to look into? And maybe even yet, maybe first, clean out your own backyard. Look at the books, get an auditor, forensic accountant to come in and look at your books before you come and look at our books. Because the reality is that that's been happening for years, previous to Dr. Herman taking over the reins. It's a hot mess. She didn't create it, she's inheriting it. And I would appreciate, because I don't know, I mean, this policy that you guys are inventing, it really doesn't mean anything. I'm going to be the president of the union come July 1st, and we're not going to be participating in this fiasco of what you guys are trying to introduce. It is really problematic. It is racist. It's discriminatory. And I wish you guys would embrace what you are putting out there instead of trying to be, words, this library, whatever the hell you're talking about. Oh, yeah, make sure it's inclusive. It's hogwash. It's hogwash. And shame on you all. Do the right thing. Enough is enough.
Thank you for your comments. Arlie, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Arlie Gould. I live in South Amherst. Just a couple things. I'm finding, and this discussion you had today with the library, I'm finding the whole library, town, private, elected, very confusing, because this search for the replacement, and I assume that's for Robert Pam who left. In the last meeting, a big deal was made about the trustees are elected. And, now, is this person going to be elected? I'm very unclear about the whole thing. I thought maybe the trustees should make a video or something explaining very clearly what their dual roles are and how this all works, because it is very confusing. And a friend of mine was just asking me, who are the trustees accountable to? And I said, well, I don't think they're accountable to anybody because they're elected. But then now the town council is helping them find a replacement. So if they're so independent and we're not supposed to trespass on their authority, then why is the town council doing this? It's very confusing, and maybe you have explanations for it, but I certainly don't understand it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Arlie. That ends public comment. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. The following items on the consent agenda were chosen because they were assumed to not be controversial. I'll read the motion. If you'd like something removed, please raise your hand. To move the following items in the printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. 8E, approval of intergovernmental agreement, public health shared services. 11A to C, approval of the following meeting minutes. March 4, 2024 special town council meeting, March 13th, 2024 special town council meeting, March 27th, 2024 special town council meeting. Councillor Haneke.
I don't think we have the March 27th minutes yet. So I would like to remove them from the consent agenda.
Thank you.
If I'm correct.
Yeah, it's correct. Thank you for that catch. All right. Are there any other questions? Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Thank you. We're going to move immediately to the vote. We're going to start with Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Devin Gothier is absent. Councillor Ete.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Councillor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Councillor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Thank you. We have no resolutions or proclamations tonight. We are going to move on to discussion item 7B, which is the War Memorial Pool Project Update. And I'm going to turn that to our town manager and assistant town manager. And I think David is in the audience. Mandy Jo, you have your hand up. That was to tell me the minutes weren't there. Thank you. Got it. Paul?
So Amy Ruzecki is doing the presentation. She's not here yet.
Okay,
So
then in that case,
I think we had told her this would be up at 7:15. So but if you want to go to the budget.
yeah. So, I'm going to start with a motion on the budget and go from there. Having been referred to the Finance Committee on May 6th, 2024, with the Finance Committee having held a public hearing on May 21st, 2024, and submitted a recommendation to the Town Council on June 6, 2024, to adopt Appropriation and Transfer Order FY 25-04A, an order appropriating the Town of Amherst operating budget for fiscal year 2025 as shown on page 12 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
Second, Ryan.
And I'm going to call on Bob Hegner as Chair of the Finance Committee to speak to the motion.
Well, we had a very long series of meetings in June to review the budget, and I will sort of summarize what we found. First of all, that the town manager proposed a balanced budget that adhered to the guidelines set by the council, and it was revised to increase to 4% for municipal schools and the library operating budgets. And the one item we recommended a change, as discussed in the report, is the appropriation for the regional school budget. We recommended an increase to 6% over the 4%. The things that we noted that were really stressing the budget were labor costs, wages and benefits, which account for most of the operating budgets, are rising faster than revenues. State funding is failing to keep up with costs. Charter schools cost the town $3 million annually and are a real problem. We added the CREST department, which is a 10-person new public safety department with full costs in FY24 and FY25. The schools relied on ESSER funds to support operating budgets, and those funds are going to be depleted or going away. And we still believe strongly in, or support strongly, the 10.5% allocation of property tax to capital, because we need the capital improvements. As I said, we recognize that the regional schools needed additional funding this year. And as you will see later on, we recommended that the council provide a letter to the regional school committee explaining that we can't support this going forward, that we can only support a 2.5% increase going forward, and that we can't do it we just can't support this going forward. And also that the basis for the FY26 budget should not be the 6% increase, but rather the 4% increase. So that's really kind of a summary of what our discussions were and what we wound up supporting and concerning.
Thank you, Bob. And I want to just take a moment to thank the entire Finance Committee for just their really serious and long and arduous work during the month of May ending in June. And I also want to recognize as we go through this evening that this is the last meeting that the town council will be having Holly Drake and Jennifer LaFountain as the co-finance directors, because on July 1, our new finance director begins. And so we want to also recognize and thank them for their very, very hard work and their true willingness to step into the breach and do an outstanding job for the council and for the town of Amherst. Thank you both, Jennifer and Holly. So the floor is open now for questions, comments regarding the operating budget. Pam Rooney.
Thank you. I wanted to reinforce what Bob said at the end, that the Finance Committee has stated at least that they do not want the 6% increase in regional schools to become the basis for next year. Is there a way that we make sure that that is not, that does not happen?
We will get to a letter that's been drafted and placed in our packet. And that point is raised in that letter. And that's where I assume we would probably discuss that some more. Otherwise, I think all we can do is send a message. Unless anybody has any other brilliant ideas. Once we send a message and they give us a proposal, we can send another message. Bob?
Well, ultimately, it's what the council decides to approve. So in the end, the council can decide.
Bob, I think you need to further explain that.
Well, I'm sorry. Basically, the council will decide on the budget for next year, and the budget will include the regional schools. And at some point, the issue of whether or not the budget is 2.5% or 4% or 6% or 8% will be there, and the council ultimately can make a decision as to what the council decides they want to support.
Right. I'd like to take a moment and make sure that Anna Devlin Gothier can hear us.
Hi, everyone. I can hear you. Thank you.
We'll call on you in a moment, okay?
Oh, I just wanted to raise my hand to make sure I could be heard. That's all.
Thank you. And welcome. George?
I think if I understand Bob, he's just reminding us that we're the ones who vote on the budget. If you want to send a message, you send it through the budget. The message we're sending here is somewhat confusing, at least what it looks like the message is going to be. We're going to grant a 6% increase, when I think many people would say that the message really should be a 4%. We can see what's coming. I assume that the school committee can see what's coming, but I mean, the old adage is when you're in a hole, the first thing you do is stop digging. But what we're doing is we're digging the hole a little bit deeper. So yes, there is a way to send a message, and that is through the budget.
Okay. Jennifer?
So I had a question. Is this where we ask specific questions that were in the budget or in the report?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Well, first, I just
So
want to thank the.
can I do a point of order?
Yeah.
The motion that's on the floor doesn't include any regional spending at all. And so I just want clarification as to whether we're discussing all of the budgets now, despite the motions on the floor, all operating budgets, or just the operating budgets that are on the floor. The next two motions deal with the regional school budget. So I just want clarification. I know we have to have the discussion. I just want to make sure we know when we're supposed to be discussing that part.
Thank you. This is the operating budget without the regional schools in it.
Actually, my question wasn't about the regional schools.
Okay.
That's why I was asking.
All right.
It's a little nitty gritty, but for the planning department, it said one of the reasons for some of the budget increases was because it sounded like the cost of ads had increased. So that's when somebody's applying for a building permit. Is that what that's speaking to? or things where you have to post it publicly in the newspaper. So is that ever passed on to the applicants?
I'm not sure if Holly or Jen have the answer to that. So the cost of ads is, I think that we talked about this as finance committee, is that they're very high. We can give you a summary of how much we've expended in ads. And so it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So I think there is a charge to the applicant when they apply. I'm not sure if we recover the full cost of the ads. It can be other things as well, like the council, when it publishes bylaws and things like that, we have to incur the cost of those ads as well. I see Holly and Jen have their hands up, so they probably have better answers than I.
Let's go with Holly Drake first. Holly?
I was actually going to suggest you start with Jen because I think she knows a little bit more about it than I do.
Okay.
But yes, we do receive a portion back. And I know that they recently increased it, but it still does not cover the full cost because the cost of advertising at the Daily Hampshire Gazette has just skyrocketed in the last few years. Jen, do you have more to?
Nope, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Can I build on that and ask, is there any reason we can't charge the full cost?
We can check on that. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Holly, you have your hand up again?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay. Jennifer, did you have further questions?
I did. I was just going to add, I recall when I was on the local historic district commission that we did once increase that. I don't know if it was just for that commission, but we made the price included in, I guess, when you applied for the building permit to help alleviate some of the cost of posting the public notices that went in the paper. But that's, then I had, a question, just, it's more a comment. That the sustainability department budget, well, just, I get, my hope would be maybe going forward in the next year, we could look at increasing, we have major, large, ambitious goals for sustainability and reaching our climate action goals. But that is a one-person department. So I would hope going forward, we could look at making that department more robust in terms of staff and what we appropriate.
Paul, you have your hand up?
Yes, so thank you for that comment, but this is back on the planning the board ads. So when the money comes in, the money that goes out to pay for the ads comes out of the planning department's budget. The money that comes in goes into the general fund. It's not a revolving fund or anything like that.
Okay. Are there any more questions on the operating budget excluding the regional school district? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to a roll call. I'm going to start with Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
It's unanimous. The next motion is to adopt approval order FY 25-01, an order approving the Amherst Pelham Regional School District assessment method as shown on page 13 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Okay, the floor is, Bob, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, I mean, we discussed this in great detail, and the understanding we received was that if we don't approve the assessment method this year, we'll blow up the budget agreement. That we have to approve the assessment method now. We can change our approval as of FY25. Or we can approve a different assessment in FY25, but we had to approve this 6% assessment in order to get the budget through this cycle.
Okay. Counselor Haneke.
I guess I'm going to state it another way. if you don't want a 6% increase and you don't want the town of Amherst to increase that to that 6% from the 4% guidance, you vote no on this motion. Um, but there are consequences to that. But this is the motion you would need to vote no to, because 3 towns have already approved this assessment method and the budget. The budget, therefore, is in theory approved because it only needs 3 of the 4 towns. That's not this motion. That's the next motion on the motion sheet. This motion is the assessment method. It needs all 4 towns to approve it to be in effect. If all 4 do not, in theory, we default to the statutory assessment method, which is not this one. But as Bob said, each year we have to revote this to not default to the statutory. But because the budget has already been approved by 3 towns, basically the only way we have to disagree and reject the budget right now in a way that actually does something is to vote no on this. I'm not arguing to vote no. I actually approved this in the Finance Committee, but I thought I'd put that out there as more of a clarification since this one's up before the budget vote.
George Ryan. Counselor Ryan, I'm sorry.
So if we were to reject this and vote no, it reverts to what's called the statutory.
That is correct.
And my understanding is that then a budget becomes like a one every month. It's a 1/12 budget until a new budget is proposed, or, I mean, explain what blowing up means. I mean, I'm not, help me understand, because I'm not happy with what we're about to do. I understand, I read the report was excellent, it laid out the reasoning. So if maybe Mandy or someone could spell out what ensues if we were to vote no.
Andy, I'm going to call on you for this one.
Yeah, I wish we were reversing the order in which we were discussing this and we were taking up the regional budget first so that we have a place to have a healthy discussion of that doesn't get confusing. This is a confusing question because I've heard 2 different views, and I'm still trying to come to grips with why we're hearing 2 views. Dr. Slaughter has said on several occasions that if the assessment method is rejected, that it doesn't necessarily default automatically or right away to the statutory method, but that it causes the budget to fail because it's integral to the budget. And I've never quite understood that because it just, as I read the statute, I keep getting confused as to where that comes from, and I've not had the opportunity to ask Dr. Slaughter that question. If it is that it falls to the statutory method, I think that is disadvantage to us because we lose the averaging that happens with the current method as agreed to by the 4 towns, where it's not the single year, which can be very unpredictable and can vary a lot, but it's actually an average of years that is presented in order to buffer and that was the agreement that was reached under Sean Mangano's leadership to try and find a method that would not have the unpredictability with it. So this is an extraordinarily complicated question, but I would encourage us to just concentrate on the assessment method, which I do recommend, and have the discussion about the regional budget when we get to the discussion of the regional budget. I don't think we can guarantee that voting no on this would cause the budget to fail, and I think there would be consequences for the schools that we need to talk about with the other motion.
If it would be more comfortable, we could put this motion aside and go to the next one and then come back to it.
You'd need a motion to table.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to table until we have completed the motion on the regional school budget.
Is there a second?
Second,
Who was the second?
Tal.
Jennifer. Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any question? This means we would just come back to this motion after we do the next one. Mandy Jo? Okay. We're going to begin the vote to table this motion with Counselor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
And Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothard.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to now go on to the next motion. This motion was not submitted by the Finance Committee. I just want to note that. The motion is as follows. Having been referred to the Finance Committee on May 6th, 2024, with the Finance Committee having held a public hearing on May 21st, 24, and submitted a recommendation to the Town Council on June 2024 to adopt the revised approval appropriation and transfer order FY 25-02, an order approving Amherst Pelham Regional FY 2025 budget and appropriating the town of Amherst share of the budget assessment submitted by the town manager on June 4th, 2024, as shown on page 14 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, this is the actual 6%. Okay. Bob, would you like to speak to this?
Well, I think I've already spoken to it. I mean, I think that people need to understand, first of all, that the other three towns did vote this 6% increase before we had a chance to vote on it. So it was sort of a fait accompli by the time we got to it. You know, we're not happy with this. We don't like the fact that we're using ARPA funds to plug the gap. We don't like the idea that we're violating our own guidelines by using using a single source of one-time source of funding to fill operational needs. But the schools are in crisis right now, and we're trying to patch the life raft, if you will, and keep it afloat for another year. And hopefully the school committee is going to look at the budget in a hard way and make some decisions on what needs to happen. We don't have any guarantees of that. But, you know, we went back and forth on this, and in the end, we decided that it was probably best to just fund the schools with what they need, what they've asked for, and, you know, hope that things are better next year.
Kathy?
I want to echo what Bob just said. I was strongly in favor of this. I think we have a school system that's been, as we all know, without a superintendent, with a finance director doing two jobs, and a series of other issues. The new superintendent is coming in with incredible challenges and to be facing her. And this allows us to smooth it over, yes, just for 1 year. So I think it's the smart thing to do. You know, it is, and the other thing I want to say, this is not necessarily of the schools making by themselves. We have two state policies that are sucking resources out of our school system. Over time, they've been hurting community after community, not just Amherst. The first is the way Chapter 70 works. If you have declining enrollment, we are losing ground. The state money is paying for a smaller share than it used to of the school budget, of the town's budget. And then the second, which is even larger, is the way the charter school formula works. $3.3 million comes out of our elementary and our regional school budget every year. We send $20,000 per student. So when one student chooses to leave and goes to a charter, we send 20. If they choose to go to a Pelham Elementary School, we send 5,000. So it is just pulling it out, and you can see it in the numbers. The kids were losing. The charter schools do not take, they don't have the capacity to take severely special need kids that need a high level of staffing to take care of them. So what we're seeing where our enrollment is declining is in the other kids. And so we have two things hitting our school system that are undermining its finances. So I am strongly in favor of at least doing this. We will have to grapple with it. The school committee will, and the superintendent will, because there's not a quick fix for next year. I mean, we can see what's happening in Northampton, South Hadley, all the towns around us. So this is not one could have fixed it along the way. So I think there are some adjustments, but I think we need to do this. And I was strongly in favor of keeping the assessment method for the same reason. We can start earlier in the fall to start talking about this with the school system. But right now we need to give them a way to start the year.
Counselor Ryan.
First, we know that things won't be better next year. It's not may be better, they won't be better. This will make it worse. Deficit won't be something like $1.5 million. And the finance directors looked at this, and deficit grows over the next couple of years. So we're just making something that's already bad worse. Kathy's right that there are systemic issues here that make this very difficult. The charter formula, the lack of state aid, there are a number of things that are outside of our control. But that's been known for some time. That's not a surprise. This has been going on for a long time. It's not like somebody woke up yesterday and thought, oh, state aid's been flat. Oh, the charter schools are really hurting us. We've known this for a long time, and we do the best we can with it. And obviously, there are hopes that someday this can be addressed. But that's a hope. But we know that. What has been different over the last few years is the use of ESSER funds to support recurring costs, knowing that was going to blow a hole in your budget. So it's kind of like the person who, has the life raft and then punches a hole in it and then yells out to you to come and save them. So the ESSER funds, knowingly that was going to lead to a serious problem, which it has. And then the well-deserved salary increases, right? That's great. But anyone paying attention would see that that was going to have serious consequences going forward for the budget. So those are two decisions that have been made over the last few years. And that's a good reason why we're in this position. So I understand that this is a bridge, but I don't agree completely that somehow this is a surprise or there was a catastrophe that now we just have to make this bridge. Some of what has happened has been the result of actions that have been taken knowingly over the last few years. And now we're supposed to come to the rescue.
Are there any other comments? Seeing none, I'm going to move to the vote. And this is the vote for the regional school operating budget. Begin with myself. Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Abstain.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devon Gothier.
Aye.
Counselor Ette.
Aye.
It's 12 in favor with 1 abstention. We're now going to go back to the assessment method.
I move to remove from the table the motion on the assessment
I
method.
second.
The motion to table had a, until that vote was taken, so I'm not sure that it's necessary, but if you want to make the motion, that's fine.
Okay. We're going back to the assessment method. This is to adopt approval order FY 25-01, an order approving the Amherst Pelham Regional School District Assessment Method as shown on page 13 of the motion sheet. It's been made and seconded. Bob, you've already spoken a little bit to this. I'm going to go to Kathy Shane.
Yes, I want to speak in favor of this. As was stated earlier, 3 towns have already approved it. To not approve it would have a house crashing around our ears, which I don't think we want to have happen. I do think the discussion of the assessment method needs to happen in the fall. This doesn't mean we are forevermore going in that direction. And the letter, the draft letter that's in your packet, points to this. We're doing it for this year, but the assessment method next year, 6% is not going to be sustainable. We don't even know whether we'll be able to get to 4 or 3.5. So this was made clear during our discussion. It is clear in the document itself and in the letter. So I think this is one where with 3 towns already stretching themselves to go there, this we need to do, or the whole thing. What we just passed before doesn't work. This is part of the package.
Are there any other comments? And we're going to move to a vote. Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hagner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Abstain.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devon Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It's 12 in favor, 1 abstention. Now we move on to the financial order 25-202, an order approving the Amherst Pelham Regional School District FY.
No, 03A.
Oh God, I'm sorry, we've already done that. Having been referred to the Finance Committee on May 6, 2024, with the Finance Committee having held a public hearing on May 21st, 2024, and submitted a recommendation to the Town Council on June 6, 2024, to adopt approval order FY 25-03A, an order approving the Amherst Pelham Regional School District debt authorization for FY 25 as shown on page 15 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
9 seconds.
Bob Hagner, did you want to speak to this?
This is pretty much it's a lot of the capital improvements were actually reduced by the regional schools in order to make it less onerous on the towns and in order to fit within the budgets. And so I think I can't remember the specific projects now, but I mean, they all seem to be reasonable projects that were necessary. There wasn't any project in there that we thought was not important enough to fund.
Are there any other questions or comments? Pam Rooney.
I did have one question on the high school, the boundary fence of $20,000. I was assuming that this perhaps would be part of the new track project. Why would it be in here as well?
Does anybody have a response to that? Counselor Haneke?
I don't know specifically, but it might be a different part of the area. There's a lot of boundary fence at the high school property, not just on Mattoon Street. And
Right.
so it might be a different fence than the one that borders. I don't know, but that's a possibility.
And if it's double spending, we make sure they don't do it. Any other questions or comments? Moving to a vote, Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devon Gothier,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
It's unanimous. The next is the capital improvement program in the large one. Okay.
Point,
Having-
point of order, I just want to ask about the schedule because I notice it's 7:15. So are we going to try and finish
I think we
the
should
motion,
go ahead
the
and try to
budget before we go
finish
back
the
to War
budget.
Memorial? Okay.
um,
A second point of order before you read that motion. And we had an email come in today that indicated we might have the wrong dates for the public hearing on this motion and the next motion in section B. So I'd just ask our clerk to confirm the public hearing date before you read the motion.
I'm waiting for Athena to confirm. I want to say we had this hearing on the 3rd of June. But I'm trying to find the form.
It's possible it was last week. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was June 3rd.
Yeah, it is June 3rd. Thank you. So. Thank you. So the motion reads as follows: having been referred to the Finance Committee on May 6th, 2024, with the Finance Committee having held a public hearing on May 21st,
June 3rd.
on June 3rd, 2024, and submitted a recommendation to the Town Council on June 6th, 2024, to adopt appropriation and transfer order FY 25-05A, an order appropriating funds for a portion of the Town of Amherst Capital Program equipment buildings and facilities as shown on page 16 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Bob?
This is actually comes right out of the JCPC deliberation. So maybe Kathy can talk about that.
Okay, Kathy?
Yes, but I also have a question, Bob. So that was a nice punt over to me. But, you know, when we reviewed the capital budget, we did have the JCPC report, and Bob and I both served on it, as did Anna. And we had to stretch a lot this year because of the staffing vacancies in the finance department. So the budget you saw took yeoman's effort on a lot of people's part to pull it together. So one of the things that we noticed this year, so we have a strong recommendation going forward, is some items appeared on this year's capital budget that weren't on last year's, and they came on as urgent, and they were big ticket items. We have a 5-year plan, and it would be good to know if a $2 million project is in the works rather than have it presented. So we were convinced that it was necessary, but we didn't completely finish our work. So one of the things you'll see is that each year we've been doing asking the departments to look at past authorizations and closing out the books that if they're more than 3 years old and they're not spent, asking people if they're going to spend it. There wasn't time to get that done, so we're looking at a year ago rather than this year. So what we're now, this is the amount of cash that was listed in the JCPC report to be authorized. So that's a long explanation of where that money comes from, but you have to look at the capital budget to see what we're spending it on. So the list is the amount here. So Lynn, I do have one question on this, even though I chaired the committee.
Okay.
So my question is, and it's one of Paul, if you look closely at it, you'll see because of the squeeze that we're facing in capital, the road share dropped to $500,000. And so my question is, if we authorize this amount of cash, but we have questions on a few of the items, we never, for example, discussed the Jones IT allocation for 51,000. We just never got to it. So if the library is going to be closed, it's not clear we need to make that appropriation. The urgency of the demolishing of the club down at Hickory Ridge, it's not clear we have to do that this year. It looks like the building has to come down. So my question is, Paul, could we revisit a few of these and shift it into roads and still approve the 4.4 million in cash? Because the way the appropriation list is a long list rather than an itemized list. And I don't know how I guess that's my articulation. So it comes out to be, shift 150, a couple $100,000 back into roads because we can wait on 2 of them for next year.
So,
Paul?
yes, so this is the budget that was reviewed and approved by the Joint Capital Planning Committee. It was the budget that was reviewed and approved by the Finance Committee. Typically what happens is in the fall, when we have our free cash certified and we know how much money we have, we try to allocate additional funds for certain projects. Specifically, I understand that roads is a high priority. And if we have additional funds that we've closed out, we can look into adding more money to roads. The challenge we have, quite frankly, is managing the money that is already in the pipeline. And so recognizing the limits of the capacity of our staff to spec out, bid out, and then oversee the roads projects is a piece of this as well. So typically what happens, and you asked for this to be done earlier, at the end of the fiscal year, the comptroller has already started this. She starts to go through all of the capital items, see which ones are in progress, sees which ones are not being moved forward, and then closes out the ones that are not being advanced. And that happens during the course of the summer, and that comes back into the fall when we know how many projects are which ones are moving forward, which ones are not. So I guess what I'm hearing you say is you'd like more money into roads. I agree with you, and if we can find more money to put into roads and we can absorb that into our management plan, we will do that.
And,
Kathy?
And just Paul, my other question is with how much flexibility do you have as town manager? So we have the capital plan with a list of projects to say this one, even though it was on the list, is not as urgent as shifting some more money to roads. Can you do that, or have we locked you in?
So these are the projects that we have presented to the council. I won't just throw a new project on there out of the blue, because I think we have a process that we abide by that involves all 3 elected bodies, the library trustees, the school committee, and the council. And I really honor that process. So you won't see me add something that you have not reviewed because it would require council to typically appropriate funds. In terms of some projects, if we're not ready to move them forward, there are a lot of projects that sometimes don't get moved forward for a variety of reasons. And so sometimes they don't get advanced, and you'll see them, the money stays there for a couple of years while we're moving things forward. So I have the ability to not move projects forward if we're not prepared to do them, or the bids come in too high or whatever. Hope that answers your question.
Kathy?
So thank you. It is an odd thing I'm asking, because I was chair of the committee that reviewed these, but one of the unusual things this year is how late we started. So we all just heaved a sigh of relief to get to the finish line before the report was due, which gave us, so we, in a couple of these, Paul, we didn't say, does it have to be done this year? There was a good reason to do it. And then the end product is this $500,000 on roads. So I'm just saying, reviewing some of these on the urgency, maybe it doesn't get done this year or next year. So Lynn, I'm not saying to undermine the process. It was really a tough project. It was much harder this year than it has been because of the staffing issues.
Thank you. George?
So I'm sure Paul won't be surprised that I'm going to express my dismay too at the 500,000 that just went away from road paving. As I believe he knows, I'll be 108 years old when we finally do catch up with the backlog. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe we could think of ways that we could put some money into that. So I just want to echo what Kathy said. I really would like an explanation or some kind of story about the 900,000 for public safety radio system, and then it's $1 million the next year. So it's a 1.9 million expenditure that, according to your report, was not anticipated last year. So I'd like to understand, I mean, could that be delayed a year or two? And it would seem, since it just suddenly appeared, that it could be. So did you get an explanation or accounting from someone why this has to be done right away and why it wasn't
Yes,
told to us before?
we did. We actually started to push it off for that reason, George, saying, if it wasn't in the pipeline before, and we discovered that they've been working on it for a couple years, that the radio frequencies don't talk to each other in the way we want to with other towns, and they're dead zones. And the equipment, the base equipments, are about to not be serviced anymore by the manufacturer. So we split it. The original request was all of it in the 1 year. And so it was split into two. So Sandy Pooler actually had said, let's just move this off to next year. And then went back and had a long discussion with the fire chief and the police chief. And they said, this is actually pretty urgent that we get this work now. And it's a UHF, VHF. I'm not going to be good on this technical. This allows both to talk to each other and us to talk to other towns on the same frequency. So they're multi-bands. So it was startling to have this on the list. And the initial reaction was, where did it come from? And then we found it had been in the work for a couple years. They'd gone out to bids, they had contracts, could they rent it rather than buy it? What were the lease arrangements? So then we got a huge amount of documentation on this being something that we needed to move forward. And that convinced us to leave it in. The other thing, I just want one more thing on this, is the current appropriation we're looking at is for the cash capital. All of this is borrowing, so it actually doesn't show in cash this year. So it's one of these, we borrow it and it's showing up next year. So it's not an expenditure line for FY25. It is for FY26, the actual dollars. So that may not say enough, but the documentation that we got after we first discussed it, and Bob can talk to this, we got this very long document that showed that they looked at different pieces. We asked about just renting it, and the rentals looked like we would end up paying a lot more for the equipment than buying it. So they had gotten some bids on that as well.
Yeah,
Bob,
just a point of order. This is actually a separate motion to do the borrowing.
Right. So what I was saying, it's not in I'm sorry to split. That's what I was trying to say, Bob. It's in the second piece. It's not drawing on this year's cash. So it's not competing with roads. It will compete with roads next year.
George, did you have any further?
Yeah, I appreciate this. I know that this is needed. I understand that they've been working on it, but it does seem to have struck at least the JCPC with complete surprise. And I'm trying to understand how that could happen.
Just
how could such
a point of order, Lynn. The public safety radio system is on the next order. It's not on the. It's not part of the order that's on the floor right now.
That's right. Yes, that's what I was trying to say.
Andy, did you have any comment?
After with the last comment, I was just wondering if I should wait. But when we had our various meetings for the operating budget with the various department heads, we did, as typically happened, hear a little bit about the capital requests that were coming that are related to those departments. And when we were hearing from public safety at the finance committee, we heard from the two of the major departments, police and fire, that very strong statements about why this is urgently needed and their ability to function smoothly and in a coordinated fashion is really dependent upon this equipment. So I just wanted to add that we heard that at those meetings.
Thank you. George, did you have any follow-up question?
I still don't think it answers my question, but apparently we're not discussing it now anyway, so we'll discuss it in the next
All right.
motion.
Okay, so we are going to move to the vote. This is on transfer order FY 25-05A, an order appropriating funds for a portion of the town of Amherst capital program equipment, buildings, and facilities. Start with Counselor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Abstain.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier is absent. Please note that she left the meeting at 7:20. Counselor Ette,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hegner.
Aye.
It's 11 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 absent. Now we move to the actual borrowing. And I believe the date here is also June 3rd. Is that correct? Okay. Having been referred to the Finance Committee on May 6, 2024, with the Finance Committee having held a public hearing on June 3rd, 2024, and submitted a recommendation to the Town Council on June 6, 2024, to adopt appropriation and transfer order FY 25-06A, an order approving and authorizing borrowing to fund capital projects, bond authorization as shown on page 17 of the motion sheet. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments? Pam Rooney.
Thank you. The way it's written here, it would appear to me that the borrowing is for 1,800,000 and it's all in one borrow, even though we've had several conversations about we would do part A 1 year and part B another, but it is not clear that that is how it's being voted here.
So there's 2 different parts to the borrowing. The chiller replacement for 900,000 and the public safety radio system for 900,000 as shown on page 17.
Thank you. Okay. Counselor Haneke, did you have your hand up?
I did. Our public safety officials cannot operate if they do not have a functioning radio system. The radio system they have is over 20 years old. It might even be over 30 years old. And they're asking for us to replace it with a new system because the system they have is barely functional. It doesn't cover the entire town. There are dead areas where they can't actually radio each other. And the system is not really repairable at this time. It's going to be almost unrepairable soon. I'm at a loss to see why this is such a controversial purchase. It's something that our fire department, our police department, potentially even our CREST department cannot function without. And we've heard that, yes, it's been in the process for a number of years. For some reason, it didn't actually show up on the 5-year plan, but it's not like it wasn't thought of for 5 years. It was already being costed out and all of this. We need this system, and it should not be controversial.
Counselor Ryan.
So the controversy is not about the need for the system, and the controversy is not about what Councillor Haneke has just said. The controversy is about why this seems to have come out of the blue. I get the sense reading the report that this was unexpected. It seems like something we have to do, and we should do it for the reasons that have been stated. My question was and still is, why was this not, I mean, it was being thought about. It seems like it wasn't part of the 5-year plan. Why wasn't it part of the 5-year plan? How can you do a 5-year plan if something like this suddenly just comes to you out of the blue? Hickory Ridge issue is a minor amount, and it's a recent development. It's a public health safety. It's a safety hazard, public health hazard. It needs to come down, small amount. But this is, a huge chunk of money. We've known about it for some time, but apparently the 5-year plan didn't know about it. That's my question. It's not about the value of this. Clearly, it's important, has to be done. It's more about the process.
Paul?
And
Yeah, I'm sorry. Anything else, George? Paul?
No, I think you're right, George, in terms of, Councilor Ryan, because it should have been in last year's plan. It wasn't. That's a disconnect on the staff side. So I think that's a fair statement. It doesn't demean the need for the equipment. I think that's not what you're saying. You're saying, how did this process break down? And, I think we recognize that it did, that the public safety folks were just not in touch with our finance folks last year when this should have popped up. And my apologies to the council for that. It should have.
Bob Hagner?
Yeah, I agree that with Councilor Ryan that it shouldn't have happened, but it did. I think we have made it very clear going forward that we don't want surprises like this, that they're not acceptable. I don't know what else to say. I mean, people just screwed up on this one. It's a big chunk of money, I agree. But as Councilor Haneke said, this is something that we can't say no to. We've got to have, the police and fire have to be able to talk to each other. So anyway, it's not a great situation, but I think we dealt with it the way I think we needed to, and hopefully we've sent a message that this shouldn't happen again.
Counselor Ryan, you have further comment?
yes, just for the record, the issue is about the process, not about the need. That's what I was trying to say. I thought I did say, actually.
Thank you, Counselor Ryan. Kathy Shane?
Yeah, I want to say, okay, to me, looking forward, one of the things I think that we in the JCPC, since I've been on it now for several years, we don't do enough to look at all 5 years. We focus just on the year. And so one of the things I've noticed is year 2, 3, 4, and 5. If I look at last year's 2, 3, 4, and 5, George, they don't always match this year's 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's only a year later. So just trying to think, Paul, as the staff thinks about the out years, at least 2 years in a row, not necessarily all 5. So some things come on this year's 3rd year that weren't even on the horizon last year, but we just didn't have time to talk about those. We were trying to bring home. So I think there's a general process that if it's a 5-year plan, we should get the big ticket items on it. And if they disappear, that's fine, but there shouldn't be a mismatch. So this is the first time something this big happened. And I think there was a glitch, but hopefully in the future, we will see the FY26 come fairly close to what we thought FY26 was going to be without big surprises.
Andy Steinberg?
Yeah, JCPC always has challenge.
Can't hear you, Andy.
I'm sorry, I thought I had it in there. JCPC always has a challenge in dealing with 5-year plan. It's important that we have one, but it's never going to be perfect because there are always going to be unexpected items that arise, and that there are also going to be urgency changes where things which were determined to be urgent 3 or 4 years from now become more urgent as we get closer in time because of changes in condition. But it is an important part of the process to at least give JCPC the opportunity to look and compare and to ask, because those questions are there. I just don't want to anybody to expect that what's that year 4 one year is going to look like year 3 the next year, year 2 the year after. It just doesn't work that way. We used to have an additional column, which is kind of beyond, and beyond became so cumbersome, and things would stay there forever that it became kind of a decision to just do away with that additional column, because that was really becoming of no use. The other thing is that I think that Councilor Ryan is absolutely correct that we have a huge problem with roads, and you know, he talked about projecting into the future and how old he was going to be before we'd get done. And of course, the reality that I was trying to point out in a conversation recently with him was that actually I'm not convinced we'll ever get done, because roads always deteriorate. And unless we happen to move Amherst from its current climate location in the Northeast to a different part of the country where roads don't decay as quickly because of wintertime driving, that it is something that we're going to have to face. I think the last thing that I want to point out is that town manager said something a few minutes ago, which is that we hope that each year that there will be excess free cash, because we're very careful in how we budget, so that we project each year to try and end up with not a deficit, and the opposite of a deficit is we get some excess free cash. And I think it's important every year that we look at the free cash as a potential for additional road money, and scrutinize other requests for free cash transfer and make sure that we have the balance right. But this is not the only time of the year where we should be talking about roads, and I don't think it is the only time of the year that we talk about roads.
Motion's been made and seconded. We're going to move to a vote. Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Abstain.
Patty Angelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier. Oh, is absent, I'm sorry. Counselor Ette,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord.
Aye.
It's 11 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 absent. We're going to move on to the letter to the Regional School Committee
Point of
regarding.
order.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we can go back to War Memorial. The letter does not need any staff, and War Memorial's discussion does.
That sounds like a good idea. Why don't we, okay, Amy, you're here, right? Yes, hi. We're going to go back to item 7B, but also, Amy, you are also here for item 8E, which is the water and sewer rates. So let's make sure we get both done while you're with us, okay? Thank you. So I understand there's a presentation, and we're going to begin with that.
Yeah, let me just introduce this.
Please.
So some years ago, the town had Weston Sampson do a downtown recreation study, and it had a very comprehensive analysis of the recreational needs downtown. And we've been sort of picking through the things as they come up. The thing that has arisen most recently has been, and it's not like this week or anything, has been the War Memorial Pool and the bathhouse that's associated with it. And so we started doing some work into what that would take, what it would take to rehab the War Memorial Pool bathhouse, And then we look at this comprehensively, we say, well, what are the improvements we'd like to make to that entire area? So that's the work that we have done. And I can come back to later, but maybe the first thing is for Amy to give you a glimpse of it. And just a spoiler alert, the number is really big. And so that has given us pause in terms of what we can really afford in the time and what the timing would be. So there's no request to the council tonight. This is purely informational for your benefit. Amy?
Amy?
All right. Well, Paul did half of that. So now it's all good. We're going to be jumping everywhere now. So I just wanted to, this is more just kind of an update for informational purposes for you guys. So I'm sorry to kind of shoehorn it in on a night when I know you guys are very busy with a lot of other important topics. But thought it was important that you guys understand what's going on. So Athena, if you can go to the next slide. As Paul said, this project, we kind of have the short-term goal and then the long-term goal. The long-term goal is we do want to look ultimately at revitalization of that entire area. Anybody that's been to the playground, been to this basketball court has seen that it could use a facelift. You know, it could use a little more attention, and it's got a lot of outdated equipment. But the more immediate need is the bathhouse. But because of that, as we approach this project, we didn't just look at, hey, let's replace the bathhouse in kind. We said, okay, what are the additional uses and how can we think about the bathhouse in a way that takes into consideration what the future vision of this area is. And I threw in a quote from that 2019 facility strategic plan that Paul was referring to, which just said the pool house building is beyond its useful life. Quickest way I could ever tell you the conditions of where we're at. Athena, if you can go to the next slide. Some of these, I just have a couple of photos that show truly the conditions of the bathhouse. Our guys on an annual basis do everything they can to patch this up and get this open. But we struggle each year to continue to pass the inspection to be able to open the bathhouse. So you're seeing, you know, on the left-hand side, there's some, you know, a bunch of rusted up pipes, and you can see the condition of the floor there. You know, even though they paint over it, the condition of the floor is in really rough shape. And on the right-hand side, again, there's some CMU block that is pulling away from each other, so it's causing some cracks. And there's also a lot of, again, rust on the pipes. If you can go to the next one, Athena. You know, we've got some separation in the wall on the left-hand side, and again, some splitting. If you look carefully, there's some CMU wall, CMU blocks that are also splitting over there. We've got some cracks where the between the foundation and the bottom of the blocks, that it's starting to kind of erode up, which makes it big enough for rodents of all sizes to be able to get into the pool house and do their damage inside. And this kind of, if you've ever walked around the pool house and just looked, you can see splitting like that almost the entire way around the building. And I think, Athena, there's one more picture like that. Yeah. So the last one is just showing, again, the, you know, a pipe with a bunch of rust on it. And I guess this photo in the scope that you guys are looking at, you can't quite see it, but if you look at the roof of the building, there's several places where there's shingles missing as well. So some of these are just quick snapshots. But, you know, again, it's not putting our best foot forward for sure, as somebody comes to the pool and then they're going through a pool house that has, you know, splitting CMU blocks and has, you know, rusted pipes and, you know, has a floor that just is showing its age. So if you can go to the next slide, Athena. So just kind of a brief history on this. The War Memorial Pool and Bathhouse was constructed in 1953. So at this point, we're looking at, you know, what is that, a 70-year-old building? You know, it's had a good, long, hardy life. And then as far as we can tell in terms of upgrades to this facility, we know that there was a filter system replacement at some point. We're not sure, but we know in 2012, we had CPA funding approved some improvements or they funded some improvements. And that included a new filtration system and a PVC liner. And there also was a pool deck replacement, including a lot of accessibility improvements. But it didn't really touch the building. And so the building is really kind of 70 years old. And other than the paint jobs and spot improvements here and there, it's essentially a 70-year-old structure. Paul talked about the 2019 facility strategic plan, which recommended reconfiguration and enhancements to the community field area in general, which includes the War Memorial area. What you're seeing on the left-hand side of this slide is we call it the 10,000-foot view of this area. So kind of what they envisioned, which included, the pool and a pool house, a splash pad, playground areas, and a bunch of other ways to just really kind of revitalize that area and bring more people to that area. And so 2024 CPA funds were allocated for us to start this preliminary design, which includes that schematic design of the entire area so that it could inform what we want for the bathhouse design. So that's kind of our brief history. Athena, if you can go to the next slide. So this is what our consultants have come up with thus far in terms of the schematic design of the area as they're moving forward with design on the bathhouse. And so what they're looking at is a new bathhouse, which is relocated to the east side of the pool. And one of the things that we're looking at with this is trying to, right now the bathhouse serves just the pool needs. So it's open for 2 months a year. So it means it's, this is an expensive project, as Paul says, but it's a project that if we were simply to replace the bathhouse in kind, you're looking at a facility that is used for 2 months out of the year. So we're looking at ways to make it a little more worth the value of what we're getting. So we are looking at one bathhouse that's an 8-month operation. So it can be used for the pool operations during those 2 months. And then when the pool is closed, it can be used as restroom facilities. Basically, it's not going to be a heated space. So basically the entire season that we're not freezing outside. And so that would mean for users of the track, this would be the nearest public restroom facility. If at some point we get this whole playground area, it would be for that as well as the people that are up on, like, say, the softball field. This would be the nearest restroom facility for them to use. And one of the things that we are looking at is having a community room on the bathhouse. And again, that there's a lot of pluses to that of, being able to have a space that you could have camps, you could have meetings. It could, potentially generate a little bit of revenue with, renting it for, say, parties and stuff like that. The cost of that it's pretty incremental when you look at the whole thing. But again, we understand that that's an item we may have to compromise on. The preliminary design also is fully ADA accessible. So it's looking at bringing the entire site up to the current ADA accessible guidelines. There's the splash pad area as a future build out, and also the upgraded area for play and picnic. That's kind of in the phase 2, if you will, of the area. And the consultants have been pretty innovative as they've been designing stuff. So they've been looking at ways to integrate that slope. There's a berm there that basically separates the softball field above to that War Memorial area. So they're looking at ways to incorporate the slope, whether it's an embankment slide or other play elements on the slope, or using it for like a small amphitheater area. So and then they also were looking at uses of the stormwater, which this site needs a lot of kind of stormwater control. And so they were looking at ways of kind of incorporating that into some of the play elements. So we think generally the consultant has been pretty creative in finding these little ways to really be innovative. If you can go to the next slide. This just kind of shows quickly the phasing, because everyone that looks at that design, they get really drawn in by the playground and all the fun elements. And I do want to be clear that the more immediate need is the bathhouse. And so, just replacing the bathhouse and doing the site improvements that are needed around the bathhouse area, that's the phase one that's a little more immediate. And the phase two, so the more fun, the more fun elements at this point are the future vision that we need to keep in mind, but aren't necessarily what's driving this forward. And I do want to be clear as I'm saying this, that you can't open a pool without a facility for a bather or for swimmers to change and to shower ahead of time. And so having a bathhouse here is what's allowing us to continue to operate War Memorial Pool. And so that's part of the driving force here is if this pool house falls in disrepair and we can't open it 1 year, then it means this entire pool facility is offline until we can find a solution. Next slide. So as Paul said, it's a big number. Right now for the phase one, the final design and construction of it, they're estimating, right now they're estimating it's on the order of $4 million. We got CPA funding, hopefully if you guys voted it, for FY25 for $750,000. And the intent of that was to have matching portions of town matching funds for if we were looking at grants. Based on the timing of where we're at, we are looking at 2025 as the earliest option to apply for grant funding. And there's $500,000 to $1 million in potential grant funding based on what program we go after and if we're successful. And then, I do want to put it out there that we're likely going to be coming back to CPA this year for another funding request. At some point, we're going to have to figure out how we can bridge the gap between what we have now, even with some grant funding, and what the cost will be. So I think that's it. I think my last slide just says questions. But you can see a lot of the playground equipment that I'm sure was really innovative in 1950s when it was placed. But yeah, unless Paul has anything else to add, that's all I wanted to update you guys on.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Yeah, it's a great vision for this area. Given the numbers that we've looked at, we're not prepared to move forward on the park grant, which would be the major grant for this year. We just need to do more sort of financial planning for this project and how it fits into our overall plan. The number was much higher than we had anticipated. So we're going to continue to look into how, I think we've got the basis for a good plan. We have a phased process, which is really good. But the financing has to be worked on more in more detail. There's also a conversation whether the town really wants to have 2 outdoor swimming pools. That's something that's important for the conversation for us to have, because if we are, then we have to make this investment. Mill River is a much higher, and I don't want to get into that discussion now, except to say, why is this pool important? This is where all of our camps that we use during the summer, that we have during the summer, that's where all the kids go swimming from the camps. They could use Mill River, but it requires transportation up and back. So that's the good thing about this pool. There's some members of the community that also use it. So, but I think this leads to a larger discussion about our investment in recreational facilities, especially such a large investment as this.
Councillor Haneke.
So thank you, Amy, and thank you, Lynn, for putting this on the agenda. A couple of comments. I think we need to put, just like we did for the Fort River school replacement and Wildwood school replacement, where we said to the architects and designers, no more than 100 million. And they came in under that. And it's, I think that's a big number, right? But they came in under that. And as we saw with Jabesh Brook down in Belchertown, when you don't think about costs, you lose completely.
We can do this for 100 million.
But I think 4 million is too much. We need to be looking lower. And we need to tell them I think we have to come in with another number and tell them, find a way to come on under something, another number. I was going to bring up, do we even need another pool? If we have a pool, do we need a splash pad there? And I know phase 1 doesn't include the other parts, but I am concerned that the newest drawings get rid of all of the teen and adult use in favor of more children use. The kids have a park 2 blocks away to play in. The teens have nothing. The adults don't have something. There's plenty of outdoor rec stuff for adults and for teens, and we need a space for it. And this is what I was hoping this space would be. And now in the 10,000-foot view, it's completely gone again. That really concerns me because the teens, given that this is right by the high school, the teens need it. The adults could use it that way too, if you put in one of those exercise things and all. And I know there was an exercise circuit way over by DPW. We're still waiting. We're in summer and we're still waiting on your thoughts on DPW. That could be another decade or more. We need teen space now. As to the bathhouse, the design I saw that you guys have pulled, because it was really expensive and didn't even show those, seemed to indicate that the bathrooms, if it was summer, would be available for pool users only because you'd have to go through the pool to use it and you'd have to pay your pool entrance. And then outside of the pool hours, maybe you could close the pool off and then have them available for that. I think in the summer, those bathrooms need available for both sets of users, whether that means we have to have kind of 2 sets of bathrooms with a gate in between so that you don't have to pay to get in to use the bathrooms. I don't know, but 8 months a year, they need to be accessible for people not using the pool if we keep a pool there. They can't not be accessible in the summer months to those not using the pool. So I think that needs to be in there. And at this point, that's what the other thing I had was the basketball courts again. I know there's a full plan. That's on like phase 3. I don't know how long phase 3 is. But moving this bathhouse to where it goes, which makes a lot of sense, would remove the basketball courts that even in this rough condition are played on by the kids, by the teens. And I'm really concerned about doing the bathhouse and removing teen space where they actually use it near the high school. And so maybe we need to find basketball courts somewhere in this plan in phase 1 or quick phase 2 and rethink the part in front of DPW or something.
Kathy Shane?
But I'll try to build on Mandy's, both, just so everyone knows, we asked to have this presentation as early as possible, so Amy and everyone could get comments from us. I'll focus on the bathhouse because most of what she said I totally agree with. We don't need necessarily another splash area for little kids. We've got a different one down the street. And when the original master plan was done, Paul, there wasn't a Kendrick Park, and there wasn't what we're doing over at Fort River, so some things have changed in terms of outdoor space. So my question is, what if we just do a simple bathhouse? Because I saw the larger presentation you did for the community and listening. It looks like a country club bathhouse, there's nothing wrong with that, but with the community room and everything else, but a bathhouse that has the necessary bathrooms, the shower, the sink, but keeping it small. And the way Mill River right now works, you can get into bathrooms from an outside door. Mandy, you don't have to go all the way in. So the people who play tennis and go in the park, the bathrooms fortunately start to open a little bit before the pool opens, but there are bathrooms. But if you need a bathroom in November, forget it. Just go home. But I think thinking of what if we just replace the bathhouse in its simplest form having at least one option that looks like that as an alternative that's not as beautiful. And I understand community room, but we're also building, if the library goes through, suddenly there's a huge amount of community space in the library. And we get back the glass room where the Civil War tablets are in Bangs. So I'm not sure we need that space either. They're always nice. So I just thinking paring down Mandy's idea of a tighter budget and still getting us the bare necessities. Her first question was the big one that Paul raised. Do we need 2 pools? Because we need to do a bathhouse if we need this pool. So I'm not prepared to speak to that, but we were looking at the user numbers for the pool, and they're not as high as one might think. So Paul, I understand it's the summer comes. So if we're going to keep the 2 pools, I would go for a smaller vision of what a bathhouse needs to be. A good one, but not the one we just saw. Not sure that's salvageable. Thank you.
Alicia, I'm going to come back to you, but Guilford, you have your hand up.
Yes, I just want to clarify a couple of things. There is access to the bathrooms from the outside, just like at Mill River. So that is there. You do have the most pared down facility we could design. We can take out the meeting room, and that saves a very small amount of money. The bathrooms are actually, when the pool is closed, you can also use the locker room. So if you have a sporting event and somebody up on the field needs a place to change, you have the outside outside locker room access. We made it as simple as possibly can be. It's kind of phased, or it's kind of based on the facility they just built in Buckland. If you want to go look at the Buckland facility, they built that one. They designed that one, and that one was built. It's this is very low key, low frill. If you want bathrooms that are open 12 months a year, you're going to have to put heat in. None of our outdoor facilities have heated bathrooms since they all close down when winter comes. So those are just things to think about, but we have kind of made as small as you can. The prices right now are just astronomical. The only other thing to do would be build something like you would see at a beach facility, which is totally open to the elements, and you go behind a screen, you change the bathrooms behind a screen. It may have a ceiling on top of it. You have a very simple thing. The question really is, do you want to have 2 pools and 2 bath facilities? Maybe we just have 1 pool and get rid of the second pool. Sorry, I just had to clarify a couple of things, and I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Walker, please go ahead.
Thank you, Lynn. So I don't disagree with anything that Mandy, Joe, or Kathy said, but I did also want to just add a few things as to what my experience has been utilizing these facilities, especially this year. And so I know everything just recently opened, but for example, for the question, do we need 2 pools? I would say yes, very much so. For example, this past weekend, Mill River Pool was at capacity for 5 hours. They were not letting anybody else use the pool, and the park was full of kids waiting to use the pool. So I do think, we had a high number of people using the pool because it was free, because of the heat wave. But I do think that it just shows that there's a huge, there's a huge demand for youth to have that kind of space in this area, and the people in this town are really using the pools. We've already seen it. It's been hard for my kids and I to get space at even the splash pad at Groff Park, which has also been, we have seen a huge increase in the last couple of years of people coming from out of town to be at the splash park. I think we went to, my kids had 2 birthday parties there the last weekend, and there was 7 different birthday parties happening at the splash park at the same time. It was completely full. People were having parties on the side where people don't even usually have parties. And so, yes, there is an increased demand for the use of our facilities, and I think more space for our residents and more pools would be definitely used. I think we would utilize them. And I also think, that being said, that we would utilize another splash park. The one that we have is really very much being used. And I do know that we do have the Kendrick Park around the corner, and I do think it's great. But for me, as a parent with kids of all different ages, I think that is something that I struggle with in this town, is that, when my littles want to go to Kendrick Park, my older son is like, why are we here? There's nothing for me to do. And so War Memorial, even though it's run down, has been a good place, kind of like Mill River, because it has the basketball courts, it has the pool, it's close to the football field. And so it becomes a space where like multi-generational families can use. And so I would love to see, like, I think Mandy Jo said, more stuff for teens to stay. Not that I'm opposed to a splash park or a park or anything like that, but we need the basketball court. At War Memorial, I know my sons both use that basketball court. Even when we're leaving basketball practice, which is at the high school, they're going outside to the basketball court to play more basketball. And so I think it would be a huge loss for the community to have those things. I'm also in agreement with, I don't think we need an additional community room in the bathhouse. I think just small and simple and updated would be beneficial. But I am really excited to see that we're starting to plan this and we're moving forward with this. I think it will be a really useful, beneficial space for our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. And I'm just going to say ditto to what Alicia said. We don't have families with just only teenagers. We have families with teenagers and young kids. And, the parents aren't going to be able to have the kids over at one park and the other kids over at this park. This is a multi-generational place. And it does seem to me that based on the numbers and the ongoing rising heat that we are all experiencing as early as June this year, that giving up 2 pools at a time when we're dealing with that is not the time to think about giving up 2 pools. Thank you. Jennifer?
Yes, so as Kendrick Park doesn't have a splash pad.
No.
Right, so it would be nice. I would also say Kendrick Park has brought a lot of people downtown, and to the extent to which the War Memorial is near, the pool is near downtown, I think that if that is a greater magnet to bring people to the center of town and solicit, patronize businesses downtown, I think would be a great investment for that reason, in addition to everything Lynn and Kathy and Mandy just said.
Thank you. Amy and David, you both have your hands up. Amy?
Yeah, and I more just wanted to add, especially you guys expressed wanting to have space for teen use and, not just young kid playground. And I do want to be clear, we didn't get into kind of what the 10,000-foot look or the conceptual design was, but it does include teen space. And that was a big conversation, especially with the proximity to the high school. So I do want to reassure you guys that that is still part of the conversation and something that everyone involved has recognized is important for this facility, not just catering to the kids.
David?
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. Yeah, just to build on what Amy said, this is still a high elevation look at the space around the pool. Amy's focus was on the pool house itself. We certainly want to keep our options open for other opportunities for instance, sport court. I think some of you have heard about sport courts, which are these basically kind of plug and play exercise areas where you can stretch, you can lift, you can do yoga, things like that. Angela Mills in the town manager's office and I have been working on that for a little while. But I also want to point out that we can't do everything, say, for teens or a certain age group in that small space. This is community field and the high school and a regional high school. So hopefully we're going to have a brand new track and field and walking paths around it. Someday we'll have a new softball field, in time, but there are lots of things to do there. We just can't do everything in that small space. The other thing I think we need to do, and Amy has done some of this outreach and we'll have some more time now that we're say going for a park grant in 25, is we need to hear more from the community. It's not clear to us when people say there should be more things for teens to do. It's not exactly clear what that is. I'll give you an example. I'm being asked by parents to look at something for young people of all ages. And that is a pump track for young people who want to get into mountain biking. So it's a wonderful thing. They have them in many communities throughout the region. But anyway, a pump track probably isn't compatible there, but we need to know from the community. We've gotten very little impact from, or excuse me, input from the schools. What is it? What are the needs of young people? And I'll leave that undefined for this kind of outdoor space. What would serve a broader range of young people in that space? So I'm just putting it out there. We'd like to know. And of course, Amy and the design team is open to that kind of input. So we'll have a little more time to get that input over the next year and a half.
Alicia?
Thank you, Dave. I think that's a really important point. And I have some like thoughts, but I'm not a teenager. And so I think that this is like a really good opportunity for community engagement with youth and like just directly asking middle school and high school students what they want to see there. And I'm hoping like maybe a partnership with the schools to get that information would be helpful, because I would love to be able to see the town putting things there that are specifically asked for by the youth. And not that parents don't also know, but I think youth know what they need a little bit. They know what they want to see there. And I would love to hear it from them directly, opposed to like myself or other.
Jennifer?
I totally agree with what Councilor Walker just said, but I did want to clarify. I recall that Pam and I put a link in one of our newsletters that there is a questionnaire or survey out now from the Recreation Department. I can't recall exactly what it was. Open space, yeah. I don't know if that was trying to get to what people want in recreation opportunities.
We're working on an update to the open space and recreation plan. It's not specific to this area or what young people want in our community, but I agree with Councilor Walker that we need to hear from young people and not what we as adults. Do we want a skate park? We spent a lot of time and many years talking about, do we want a skate park in this town? Ultimately, for funding reasons and other reasons, I think we moved away from that. And now I think young people would say, don't build a skate park because we'll just go to UMass and use all that concrete and skate up there. But we need to hear from young people. What do they want? And then we can design something that they would like in that space and in the adjacent spaces.
Paul Bachman, please.
Yeah, so just to sum up, thank you for the comments. They're valuable comments. When we did a listening session, it was on the night of a council meeting, so we recognized that was poorly timed. And, and we heard from a limited number of the public, we do need to reach out. I appreciate Councilor Walker's comment about reaching out to the youth directly. This is raising up on the radar because we're anticipating that building to be, every year we cross our fingers and hope that it passes inspection, that we can use and open the pool. So that's the urgency of this. We are not going for the park grant this year because we don't think that we're prepared to have a super strong presentation as well. So we can put that off for a year, but this will give us a year to do additional outreach and planning. So thank you for your comments.
Is there any other comments or questions on this particular item? We're going to take a break, but not yet, because I want to get to water and sewer rates, which is actually item 8E. And it's because Amy and Guilford are here, and then we're done with having to have them here. So
It's 8D,
I said E.
but it's D.
D. It's D.
Oh, yes, you are right. So I'm sorry if something screwed up on my thing. 8D, water and sewer rates. Guilford or Amy, do you want to? Amy, I think you're presenting on this, right?
Lynn, the only reason this is on the agenda again tonight is because in order to vote the water and sewer rates, the council needs to amend the water and sewer regulations. So we're doing a first read of the change to the water and sewer regulations, and we're asking the council to merely amend the regulations to increase the water and sewer rates. So this is a first reading of those regulation changes. We already had the water and sewer rates recommended by Finance Committee, and presented to the council previously. So you've had a memo.
Yep.
And the draft changes to the regulations are in your packet.
Thank you. And does the Finance Committee have any comment on this?
No, we did approve. We were one concern we had was that water consumption has gone down along with revenues. And we asked the superintendent about the status of looking into different metering, different pricing for meters, so that we would, you'd have a sort of a fixed price, irrespective of how much you actually use, and then a variable price based on what you use. And the response was that now that the department has basically owns the water meters, they can replace them at their convenience and when they need it. And both UMass and Amherst College maybe were under metered, were using more than what they were being charged for. So that's kind of where that went to. And then we also asked whether the increases in water and sewer rates were sufficient to cover replacement of the aging infrastructure. And the answer that we got was that it appears that the water system is fine. The sewer system may need more replacement than we will have funding for, given the rates that we have. So that's something that we don't know. It's going to be a future issue, but it's something to keep our eye on. Other than that, we approved. We thought the rates were reasonable, and we approved them, and they are lower than the other jurisdictions near us.
Paul?
And just a reminder that you're all invited to tour the wastewater treatment facility tomorrow at 8, Wednesday at 11, and then July 10th, I think, is at 10. So if you just let Angela know which one you're going to show up. So if you can bring, if you have earplugs, because it's loud, if you don't have them, they'll have some for you there.
Okay. Are there any other questions on the water and sewer regulations? And the only reason we have to go into the regulations is because that's where the rates are. This was the first read. Andy?
Yeah, just a question as to whether we could amend the regulations next year so that they automatically link to the recently voted rates as approved by acting as water and sewer commissioners and don't have to go through this two-step process.
Athena?
I think Amy can speak to that.
Amy?
In terms of how the regulations were written with the water and sewer rates in the appendix.
Amy?
Okay. Go say, do you want to take that one, Guilford?
I can take that one.
Thank you.
So when we proposed the water and sewer regulations, we were told the rates needed to be inside the regulations, and that's why they're there. If our attorney wishes to look at it again and comes back and says it can be a separate one, we'd be happy to have it separate. But when we were putting it together, our attorneys recommended they be inside the regulations.
So for this year, that's how we're going to do it, and we'll see if there's any way to look at it in the future. This will come back for a second reading on July 15th, and we have already checked and made sure that that does not hinder the billing process as of July 1. Are there any other comments on this?
A point of order, Lynn, you said the billing process on July 1, but the new rates will be effective after the council votes on the 15th. So the new rates will go into effect on the 16th, and bills will be sent out as of that date. They won't be retroactive.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene, I'm sorry, a 9-minute break. We're going to reconvene at 8:35, at which point we will take up item C.
Thank you, Guilford and Amy.
Thank you. Please turn off your video and your mic. Please return to your seats so that we can reconvene and turn your videos back on. We're going to reconvene in 1 minute. Okay, the next topic on our agenda is the letter that has been drafted by the Finance Committee to the Regional School Committee. It's in your packet. And I'm going to call on Bob Hegner to introduce this, and then we'll take suggestions. Bob?
So, following up on our conversation earlier, we drafted this letter in order to explain our position to the regional school committee about how we're concerned about not going to 6%, but staying within a increase that's sustainable over time. This is a letter that's very difficult to write because we don't want to come across as usurping the authority of the school committee. We don't want to be confrontational with them, but we need to lay out very clearly what the town can and cannot do fiscally in terms of sustainability over time. So that's what we've tried to do in this letter. I think we've done a pretty good job. Mostly it was Kathy and Councilor Haneke who drafted this. We tried to kind of thread the needle on making it very clear what our position was, but not sort of saying to the regional school committee, we know better than you do. So anyway, it is what it is. So I don't know, either
Thank you.
Haneke or if Kathy, do you want to add anything? Okay.
I'm not seeing any hands. Councilor Ryan.
Point of order, do you want to begin with the motion?
Thank you very much. To authorize the town council president to send a letter recommended by Finance Committee regarding the Amherst Pelham Regional School District FY25 budget and FY26 budget process to the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee as presented. And we'll see if that changes. A second. Thank you. Now, George.
So yes, appreciative very much of the work that went into this. I think it's an excellent letter, and I think it's the right thing to do. And I appreciate Bob's comment that it's a matter of trying to find the right line. We're not trying to dictate, but we have a real concern, and I think this conveys that very well, and it provides a fair amount of detail and data, which I appreciate as well. So thank you, especially the two counselors who worked so hard on this. I think it's great. I had one small sort of suggestion, or at least a comment. I'm not sure how, is this the second page or is it numbered? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 paragraph. It's paragraph just above the data chart. The sentence reads, staffing has fluctuated over the past 25 years, while student enrollment has decreased over 25%. In fact, student enrollment has decreased in those 25 years by almost over 40%. The chart shows that it's decreased over the last 14 years by 27%. So I would suggest that we make that 40% rather than 25% if you're talking about 25 years. And it again reinforces the fact that people need to confront, which is we've seen an extraordinary decline in enrollment. So unless my math is wrong, and unless I'm reading that sentence wrong, which is referring to a 25-year period, that number actually should be 40%.
Lynn?
Counselor Haneke.
That would be a typo on my part. It was supposed to refer to a 15-year period. I hit a 2 instead of a 1 when I was typing
Yeah, we-
the past. It should be the past 15
So
years.
Yeah, we
consistent
only really present data for 15 years, so we shouldn't go past what
Yeah,
we.
it was meant to say 15, not
All right,
25.
so it's 15 years and 25%. In fact, if you go beyond 15 years to 25 years, it is 40%. But this chart is 15 years. Okay, we've addressed that one. Is there any other questions or comments? Counselor Ryan, did you have anything else? Okay, Counselor Walker.
I was hoping that Mandy, Joe, and Kathy can remind me what the goal of this letter was. Like, I know we're sending it to the school committee, and what do we hope the results will be? Because I do have a following question, but I think that would be helpful for me first.
Okay, Mandy, Joe, Kathy.
As the finance chair indicated, the goal came from all of the finance committee's discussions surrounding the request to increase the regional schools assessment above council guidelines, and all of the concerns that the finance committee had with that request, but also with actually recommending such an increase, and how the finance committee recommended that increase by the use of also one-time funds, and how all of that goes there, and to be able to recognize that the financial orders on their own don't transmit any of those concerns. They just are just orders that say you have this money. And so we felt a letter transmitting the concerns that summarized our sort of that came out during those discussions about the fact that we're actually funding that additional increase above our own guidelines with one-time money that isn't there next year ourselves. And so we can't really start our next year's increase on that number because, well, it's not in the budget really this year. And the recognition that the situation we see ourselves in and the school committee sees themselves in needs resolved, and it needs a serious look in terms of the structural issues that came out at the Four Towns meeting. And so it was trying to bring all that in and say, we are here to support you, but we also have major concerns, and our funding and our passage of the budget for FY25 does not alleviate any of those concerns.
Counselor Walker.
Thank you, Mandy Jo. So sorry, I am on the finance committee, so I was a part of all of those discussions, but I felt like I get that these are expressing our concerns, which I was in favor of sending communication to the regional school committee, because I believe it's extremely important, especially under these circumstances, for us to have, ongoing communication and dialogue about what is going to happen for the future, how we can best support them within bounds. But I'm not sure that I got the message I thought I was going to get when I read this. Like, it didn't feel as though we were being supportive or as though we were asking for something specific. I feel like it's just saying, we are doing this now and we're not going to do it again, and you better figure it out, kind of thing. Partially, like, this exact section that I think George was just referencing in regards to expenditures on special education and how that relates to student enrollment. I wasn't even sure why that was necessary be included.
Okay.
You want me to respond?
Either Mandy Jo or, yeah,
So-
go ahead, Kat.
So
Either one.
it was included because during those conversations, at least one finance committee member said it was important to include that information in such a letter, because it was part of our concerns about the unsustainability of the budget.
Okay.
Counselor Walker.
I just have concerns about this section because I don't see how it relates to what our goal was in sending this letter. I don't share the same concerns regarding our special education budget necessarily. I just having 3 children who are in special education programs within the schools, I do understand the amount of staffing and services that go along with that. And I just feel like it was an unnecessary inclusion here. And I just think we could have been a little bit more concise and to the point with the communication.
Do you want to make a motion? Or do you want to?
Well, I'm hoping to get, because, I know Mandy Jo just said that that came from one counselor's concern. And so I'm trying to gauge, like, are other counselors also very concerned about this and want to include it? Because this is not exactly where my concern was going or coming from in terms of the position we're in with the budget. I think my concern was a little bit more structural in terms of the fact that we're even in this position in the first place, that there should have been some type of system or mechanism in place for us to prevent this from happening. And so what are we doing moving forward? What plan do we have? I know we have a new superintendent coming on board, but I still think that the regional school committee can be, starting to craft an outline of a plan. And I think that I was hoping that this document would convey that to them, that it is critical that they have a plan. And I just think that this is not what this says.
Counselor Haneke?
I was not the counselor on the finance committee that initially requested this be in there, but I am in total support of it because I do actually think, and I will say it out loud, that the increase in SPED staffing, while this number of students enrolled with disabilities has remained essentially unchanged, is part of the structural problem that needs discussed.
I'd like to make a few observations. First of all, I'm delighted with the last paragraph. It states our strong support of the schools and our willingness to work with people. Some of you may be aware that the school committee has voted to form their own committee to look at this. And I hope that that committee and this will jive in a way that is very constructive and moves forward. Over the years, as long as I can remember being on the council and previously on the finance committee for 5 years, we have looked at this issue and said, it's going in the wrong direction. And we need to start talking much earlier in the year than at the December 4 Towns meeting. And what this letter does is actually call for that. And it asks for us to share this with the other 3 partners in our town. So the fact that we bring this back to the budget message from the manager, the fact that we bring it back with a date, knowing that the new superintendent is coming board on July 1, this letter, I'm hoping, is seen as a reaching out and saying, let's work together, not we're working against you. And so I want to thank the people for putting this together. There may be things I would change about the letter, but frankly, I don't feel the need to get into that. I just really wanted to say that, to me, this is not a letter. This is a letter that's been long in coming. This is a letter that we've needed for probably the last 3 or 4 years. And we've let it get to a crisis point. We're seeing what's happening in Northampton. It's very unpleasant. And what I would like and what I hope for Amherst is that we can all sit down and work this out together for the benefit of all of our children. Thank you, George.
So that's a little bit back to my concern earlier that by voting the 6%, we create, at least in some people's minds, the sense, perhaps I would call it the illusion, that there's all this money out there and all they have to do is ask for it and we can find a way to hand it over. I would say that the most important paragraph in this letter, for me at least, is paragraph number 5, which I feel bear with me for a moment. I'm going to read for the audience, if no one else watching and listening. At the recent BCG meeting, Amherst staff presented budget projections based on a few scenarios. These projections show that Amherst's anticipated revenues will be pressed to sustain a modest 2.5% year-over-year increase in the 4 functional area budgets. Projecting out 4% growth to each major functional area results in deficits that even marginal improvements in revenue projections will not be able to resolve. As the deficit started over 1.5 million in FY26, point that I made earlier, and will rise to 5.8 million in fiscal year 29. So I think it's simply laying out the financial reality and helping them see that the fact that we've given this 2% increase this year is not something that's sustainable.
Counselor Lord.
Thank you. I'm just having a feeling around this letter. I appreciate the details, but last meeting, it seemed like there were some counselors that distrust our elected officials, the school committee, and I'm just trying to understand that a little. So to me, if our president says we should have been talking about this 3 or 4 years ago, and it's been coming and we've seen it, I feel like this letter feels a little punitive to me. And I would love a letter that said, let's set a date really soon so we can sit together and dialogue about the things that are written in the letter. I don't know. I just wanted to voice that I really support our school committee. I want to fund our schools. I wish it wasn't such a desperate situation all around the country for our public education and here in Amherst. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Pat?
Yeah, a minor, as a former educator, I have to step in to counselor and stand with Counselor Walker about special education students. The special education staffing has increased, but the number of students in special education has dropped 3%. 3% is very small, and the services that a student needs, they're not consistent per student. So a student with disabilities might require a great deal of teacher and paraprofessional support throughout the day, where another special needs students would need less. So I don't think this is a place, I think it needs to be there, but I think that Counselor Haneke has to realize that it's not simply the numbers when you're dealing with special education students and staff. And it really, it's really important to understand that and to really open yourself to more than just the numbers in this particular situation. And I support this letter, so I'm not opposing it going out, but I am concerned when I hear that kind of response based only on number, and I'm repeating myself. Thank you.
Counselor Walker.
Thank you. So I think I really like the way that Counselor Lord stated some of her concerns. And I think that I would also like to, more formally use this as an opportunity to be in continued conversation with the regional school committee. And I think, like Counselor Lord said, setting a time to talk with them where there can be like an open-ended back and forth dialogue where these questions can be answered. I also would personally prefer the discussion about special education happen at that time. I do think it's like an important conversation to have. I just don't see why this is why this is one of the main points in this communication. And so I would prefer to take that entire section out. I think the other sections get to the point just fine. And I think we should, again, open this up for continued dialogue, and that maybe we can have a meeting together and that can be one of the talking points on the agenda to go over whatever concerns we have in that section and to get some live responses. But I would prefer to move forward in that way.
Bob Hagner.
Counselor Lord and Counselor Walker, if you look at the second to last paragraph, we ask that we first step would be for the regional school committee to engage in discussions among all 4 towns to understand our ability to support education in our municipalities and in the region. Does that get to what you want, or is that not getting to what you want in terms of a discussion? I mean, I'm happy to reword this sentence in a way to make it more inviting, if that's what you are asking.
While people think about that, I'm going to go on to Counselor Haneke.
I was going to point out the same thing Counselor Hegner just did about we're actually asking the district to convene a discussion by August 1 on these structural issues, which I think I've been hearing Counselor Walker and Lord say it should ask for. And so it's in there, unless it's not in there the way they want it to be. Thank you, Counselor DeAngelis, on the SPED issues. I understand that each student is different. I think our town has had a hesitancy to even bring up the issue of the cost of special education in our town, which is why I believe it's important to be in here. We've struggled with, as a council, at least I have in the past 5 years, getting more information about those costs and why they are so high. And this, yes, statistics are just statistics, right? But I think it goes to wanting that information as to why the student enrollments are basically flat. So why has staffing gone up that much? Is it because they are needier than in past years, or is it some other reason? And we haven't, when we ask those questions, what we get a lot is, well, the percentage has just gone up. We don't get that dig into real reasons why. We just get that overall 10,000 view of, but we have more SPED students in percentage than other districts. And I think the importance of this chart is trying to dig into just picking one area, right? There are plenty of other areas. Regular instruction's down 18%, but the student enrollment is down 27%. That's also a mismatch, in a sense. There's a lot of mismatches in here, and trying to keep a letter succinct, but also point out some things that we really do want the school district to dig into more, because that's where we have concerns. Say that doesn't mean that's where the structural issues need to be fixed, right? That's not what I'm trying to say at all, but we can't shy away from those tough conversations in areas where I feel in my 5 years on the council, we have shied away from.
Yeah, I agree.
Counselor Ette.
So I noticed the conversation has been, I noticed the conversation has been more about the town and the school district, but I did see that we copied the other towns on this letter. And so I'm wondering, what are we looking to influence with regard to the other towns? So put in a different way, if there was a letter from any of the other towns, the way we're writing this, how would the Amherst Town Council take that letter into consideration going forward?
Counselor Ette, I'm going to actually respond to that. If somebody from another town had contacted us and said, we are concerned, we would like to talk about the budgets for the regional schools and its affordability, then I think we would be obliged to meet with them and have that conversation. And that's what I'm hoping this is seen as an invitation for everybody to talk. I wouldn't be offended at all if a town sent us something that said, we'd like to talk. I think that we have put off that talk too long. I do want to go back to one item, and that is that I distinctly remember former Superintendent Mike Morris explaining to us a significant change that was made in special education in Amherst a couple years ago. And it was an attempt to have more students with greater needs served within the district versus paying tuition out. And while I don't know if that explains this or not, I just want to say that as a finance committee member, I did hear that very loud and clear when we were in the process, both of the budget and that later on when we were dealing with the design for the new elementary school. Councilor Ryan.
So one of the peculiarities of our system is that one elected body basically is keepers of the purse, and another elected body is responsible for education. And so it easily can become a scenario in which we get to play the bad guy, and it's easy to point the finger at us and call us anti-education or anti-teacher, whatever, because we have to deal with a balanced budget and we have to look at the economic and fiscal realities. Imagine a system in which the school committee presented their budget directly to the voters, and the voters then voted on it. They could then make their case, and the voters would decide. We don't have that system. I think this is something maybe like what New York has, but Andy knows better than I. But anyway, we don't have that system. What we have is a system in which we say, here are the economic realities, here are the economic limits. You must work within these constraints. We don't just make them up arbitrarily. They're based on an enormous amount of work and care. I think the greatest disservice we can do to our students and to our teachers and to our paraprofessionals is not to be honest with them about the economic realities. And that's what we're trying to do. And we are certainly inviting a dialogue, and I hope that they will take that opportunity and enter into that dialogue. But here we're just trying to lay out some of the economic realities, which I think is actually our responsibility. And that doesn't make us anti-educator, doesn't make us anti-student, doesn't make us anti-teacher.
Andy Steinberg.
Yeah, as far as Councilor Walker's observation at the beginning, and I appreciate her statement. I'm hoping, and I read that several times as I was going through it, because I'm well aware of the problems with funding special education and the high costs and the unknown costs and the significant costs. But it is a significant portion of the budget, and it's become an increasing portion of the budget, sort of on a continuous basis. And I guess what it was I wanted to do was make the observation, but not suggest an action. And because I think that the decision as to what to do to address what Councilor Brian just said, that we don't have an infinite supply of money to continue to fund in a greater and greater amount each year. But the decision on how to approach that problem is really the school committee's responsibility. Our responsibility is what this letter is intended to do, which is to just sort of make a statement very clearly and an explanation very clearly that there is a limit, and that the limit comes from the fact that there are a lot of pressures on municipal budget, and there's a cap on the amount that we have to spend additional each year, and that cap is essentially the 2.5% that comes from the initiative that was passed by voters way back in 1980, but is still living us and haunting us on a daily basis, or annual basis, I should say. The other thing that I wanted to share with you is I did do some research on the 20-year decrease in enrollment and looked to compare it. And I was thinking about it because we've been hearing a lot about Northampton, and it's which is covered in the paper. I just wanted to share with you that the outcome of my research, which is based solely on statistics from DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, is that during that last 20-year period, as has been observed, the regional budget, the regional enrollment has decreased by 41%. The Amherst Elementary enrollment has decreased by 33%. But when we look across the river, that their enrollment has decreased in a K-12 district, so it combines the two statistically. So you can't break it apart by the way that we do, but it was 16%. And we know the kinds of anxiety that is going on in Northampton. And I just wanted to report that because I think as we sit here and saying, why are we agonizing over it so much, that we need to also remind ourselves that there are other factors. And I think for all that we're reading about what's going on in Northampton, their decline in enrollment is, half of ours, or even a little less than half. So just wanted to add that.
Counselor Haneke.
I just wanted to respond to Counselor Ette's comments. The other reason to send this and copy the other towns is because of that second to last paragraph where we say we ask the district to convene a discussion by August 1. That discussion is meant not to be just with our town, but with all the towns. So those towns, I think, need to see that request so that they know we've made that request.
Kathy?
In addition to that, Councillor Ette, what our hope is we will be sending it to their select board and their finance committees. So every single one of the 4 towns is facing a huge stretch to pay for their schools. When I first ran, one of the towns was approaching the total limit of their assessed value, literally going to top out where they couldn't increase anymore. With they were at 2.5% of the total town property values, and at that point you can't go up. So we're under a lot of stress in our regional budget. I do think the concerns that Alicia has raised, I mean, I want to go back and read it for tone, because I think the intention is to get together and try to figure out, with the school committee leading, what can be done and how it can be done. But I would really like us to do a very different kind of letter, because if I look at these numbers, and Andy looked over to Northampton, if I look at the Chinese immersion school, they don't take severely disabled, and their percent with disabilities around 10%. So the students we're losing is not the special needs population. We're losing about 200 others they're going out of our system. And the dynamic that's been really crippling is that we're cutting down on the choice of languages, the music program, the other kinds of programs. So some parents are pulling their kids out of our system, not because they don't want to be in our public schools. And so trying to figure out how to combat that. And we set up the Comanantes program in our elementary school to say we can have a unique, attractive program. And it's been extraordinarily successful in doing that. People are really wanting to do that. And we want to make sure a regional system, if the kids come up being dual language, that they still have a language program that they can go to. So I think the intent is strong support of our educational system and trying to figure out what we can do together. So I would like us to work on a separate letter to our representatives with other towns saying we are being crippled by a drain on public education, and this is coming from the state. And it's what I've heard is some of the Boston schools are experience the same thing. It's not just our area
Yeah.
around charter. So I wanted to gather a few of them because I think we desperately need that as a fix because the dynamic is a really crippling one. And this is happening to South Hadley. I was looking at where the drain is coming from South Hadley and from different towns around our area. So we happen to have one particular charter school that's like a private school. That the performing arts school is very different. They get a very diverse mix of kids and take kids that don't fit as well in a more traditional system, and you can see it in their statistics. So I think we need to take a different kind of action that brings unity where we are fighting for a change. If it can't come next year, fine, but we need to really raise our voices strongly on this.
Counselor Walker.
Thank you, Kathy, for that, because I feel also very strongly about that. And that may be where all of what I'm about to share is heading. But I do agree with George in terms of we're trying to communicate and be honest about what our fiscal realities are. And I do feel like in the first like page or so, it feels like that's what we're doing. Like we're being very clear about what position we're in fiscally and our ability to contribute. There are a couple of sentences that I feel don't do that. But like I said, in the first page or so, I feel like that's where we're headed. And then there are a few, and maybe it's just wording that makes me feel uncomfortable with it, but we urge the region to begin the budget process, assuming Amherst and other towns are not going to be able to provide. I feel like that sentence is strange because we're giving them the picture of our fiscal realities. I don't think we need to now demand them that when they're starting their next budget process, they assume we are not going to give anything else and the other towns. And so that also feels a little bit weird because we're speaking for the other towns. So just that one sentence, but then I start again to get uncomfortable with the portion about the special education, because that's when we start to talk about their budget as opposed to our budget and our fiscal realities. And we start to talk about the way in which they're using and spending their money, which I just, again, feel like is unnecessary if our goal is to not be instructing them to do stuff, which is also the reason why I might have an issue with the wording about a first step is for the regional school committee to engage in discussion among all 4 towns. Again, it sounds like we're just telling them what to do as opposed to we invite you to be in discussion with us. I don't see an issue sending this to all 4 towns. I would, of course, want them to be in discussion with all 4 towns. I would hope that as elected officials, that's what they would do. I don't think we need to instruct them to do that, but I think we can invite them to be in conversation with us. And I think that that's what I would like for us to do. And again, I think just the wording of we want to engage in discussion because we want them to understand our ability to support them, and the other towns' abilities to do so. But I think the issue is bigger than that, because I don't think it's that the school committee assumes that we have endless dollars and they can continue to come back and ask us for more and more money. I think the reality of the situation, and a lot of this is what Kathy alluded to, is that our schools need more funding, our youth need more resources, and especially still coming out of COVID, like our schools are still in crisis. I'm not sure if we're realizing the realities of what it's looking like day to day inside of our schools, but they're not asking us for this money for fun. This is a real issue and it's affecting the youth in our town. We need the support positions. We need the programming. Our kids need these things. And maybe the reality is that the town doesn't have the money. And that's maybe the reality we're in, but we need to be strategically thinking about how we can support the youth in our town who genuinely need these things, regardless of whether or not we have the money. And so what can we do then? And so I just feel like maybe it's the tone, and I don't feel like the letter is giving the message that I had hoped, I'm totally in favor of sending a letter. I like the first page. I think it's strong. I have some wording changes I would like. I don't know if that's too much to do right now in terms of amendments, but I think that we're not sending the message, at least I intended to send to the school committee. And I think it's a bit, I just don't like the tone, honestly.
Well, in order to change something, we're going to need suggested changes. And they're going to have to come in the form of, I'd hate to go through an amendment process, but nevertheless suggested changes. But we do, and we are not meeting again until the 15th. And so I don't see us delaying the letter until then. So Jennifer?
Okay, well, part of what I was going to say is to suggest that, is there a way for a couple of counselors to work? No.
Nope.
We have to do it
That breaks open meeting law.
Okay, well, wasn't the letter written out? Did two counselors write this?
They wrote it, one person drafted it, and more people added in an open meeting.
In an open meeting, okay.
Correct?
I was tasked with drafting it. I volunteered to draft it, and then I consulted Kathy before I brought it to the council because I had questions and I wanted to make sure before it was put public in a public packet, even in draft form, that it had a tone and the information that was. So I consulted Kathy. She gave me some suggestions. I was fully in charge of all the edits. It went to a committee. At that point, the committee discussed it. They had some changes. It came back with a vote from that committee to give me the full authority to take those suggestions, make the changes, and bring the letter to the council. So it was only ever under my authority to not break open meeting law. And with a vote of the committee to be able to do that and forward it to the council for tonight's discussion.
Thank you. And this is for another conversation, but I can't let Andy's very important statistic go unresponded to, which is in Northampton, their enrollment has decreased by 16%, and in Amherst between 33 and 41%. That is something we need to look at. I mean, that is substantial. In 2018, the Regional School Committee had an enrollment committee with a declining enrollment working group. And we may want to, I don't know if it'd be the council or the school committee, but somebody may want to revisit that, because part of what they pointed to in that report was the decline in families that live in Amherst. And that is very much evident in this stark difference in our large decline in enrollment, and certainly when we compare it to a town almost next door. So,
Counselor Haneke?
I want to respond to Councillor Shane's comments on charter schools. First of all, he almost only, and the council as a whole almost only ever mentions the Chinese charter school, never mentions the other charter schools that our students go to. I'm not sure why, but it's very frustrating that, particularly when we're talking about a region that sends very few in the grades 7 to 12 to PVCI, but send very many to PVPA, that we don't ever mention really PVPA. But I want to, so it's not just the Chinese school, but the claims that the Chinese school does not accept students with disabilities are false. The Chinese school is under obligation of state law to, when they have applications, as with any charter school, when they have applications exceeding the number of spots available, to do a lottery. And they admit the names they draw from that lottery. Anyone can submit to the lottery. And the Chinese school or any other charter school, if a name is drawn from the lottery, cannot say no to that person, no matter the level of their disability or speaking ability in any language. Although I believe the Chinese school's charter does allow potential for non-English first language students, but that's by state law.
I
and
really
state
want to
charter.
draw
But
to the letter.
But it goes to the letter, because what people are saying at this council is that it's the charter schools that are problems, but they only mention one charter school and then they give false information as to what that charter school can do and can't do, and that's a problem. We need to not be trading in false information about what charter schools can and can't do.
Andy?
Yeah, we seem to be circling around on different subjects, but I wanted to just come back to something that has been raised before, and that is the sort of recognition that this is a four-town region, and that one of the things that we want to do, and I think is there are people on select boards and finance committees in the other towns who are aware of what we're doing with the letter and are looking forward to receiving a copy, and want to try and link what their communications are to what our communications are, and are looking for leadership. But we need to ultimately recognize that we do have a four-town region, and in the end, we're going to have a budget that is agreed to by the four towns based upon what they can afford, and is going to start with, as it always does, a four towns meeting where we talk about what resources we have available and what the school's needs are. And it's important that we get the communication across that that can't wait, that it's really important that we begin that discussion for the next fiscal year as soon as possible. I would like to start it this summer. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even wait until the fall, because I don't think that there's any information that we don't now know. And the reality is that, you know, as much as we're concerned about the fact that we have very limited commercial and industrial base, and that we're almost entirely residential, just remember what our three partner communities are like in the region. They're all residential. And so, you know, their problem is as great or greater than ours. And so we do, I would like to have the letter be done tonight, be out tonight, get to the other towns, and get to the school committee and begin this discussion, because we need to communicate to the school committee exactly what the draft has been put together to do, that there's a limit on resources, and the limit on resources is that the annual growth is not matching what the annual growth is in school budgets, that this is a continuous problem. It is not a new problem, and we want to draw their attention to it. And the other comment that I want to make is that I feel that there is something that we do need to be compassionate to what's going on with the current school committee, because there's a tremendous number of new members. And it was sort of an unfortunate set of circumstances that caused us to lose the superintendent, and then lose a number of school committee members across the region because of what happened. And as a consequence, they're just beginning to catch up in their understanding of what the reality is on budgets and how budgets work. And I think that this letter, as it's drafted, goes a long way to sort of increasing that understanding and putting some real numbers behind it. So I really hope that we come out with a strong letter tonight and just get this done.
Pat?
Yes, two things. Three things. I support this letter. And I want to say that in the next to the last paragraph, it says, given these concerns and realities, we hope and request. So I feel like it is not saying, you better do what I want you to do. I think that there is a softness there that's real, we hope. The other thing I want to address is decline in families. Rents are so high in our town. And that a woman I taught with, who is a single mom, divorced, has 2 children, cannot afford to stay in Amherst. And you're nodding your head, and that's excellent because it's real. But the very ways that we erected exclusionary zoning keeps young families being able to move here, to afford to live here. So there are several elements that are, most of them financial, that are affecting our enrollment. And until those of you who go, yes, 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 actually look at zoning and density, we're not going to change anything.
I need to respond. Can I?
We need to get back to the letter.
Okay.
One response. Jennifer, go ahead, but this has gone way beyond what the letter is.
No, it has everything to do with how much housing is. And because we have so many investors who are outbidding families and are charging very high rents by the bedroom. So I don't know what we were disagreeing about.
Change zoning laws.
Fine. Okay. Here's my bottom line. If you want major changes like exclusions in this letter, you have to make a motion. If you want to suggest to me some softening here and there after the meeting and the council gives me the authority to do that, I will look at those and make some decisions. But otherwise, there is a motion on the table. It's been made and it's been seconded. The question's been called.
And I second it.
Okay. We are going to vote, right? Yes, calling the question, right. Okay, and we're going to begin with Councillor Ryan.
Yes.
This is the vote to call the question. Kathy Shane.
Yes. This is
Andy
just on
Steinberg.
call the question.
This is call the question.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier. I'm sorry. Councillor Ette.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Councillor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Yes.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Okay, we move immediately to a vote on the question. The question is to authorize the town council president to sign the letter recommended by the finance committee regarding the Amherst Pelham Regional School District FY25 budget and FY26 budget process to the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee as presented. We'll begin the vote in this case with Kathy Shane.
So Lynn, just before this, we said we could send you minor changes. So if I vote for this,
Question was called.
So I need to vote no if I want it exactly as presented, and I'm voting
Yes.
no.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
No.
Pat DeAngelis. I'm sorry, Councillor Walker.
No.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Councillor Ette.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Councillor Haneke.
Aye.
Bob Hagner.
Yes.
Councillor Lord.
Nay.
Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Councillor Ryan.
Aye.
8 in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 absent. Thank you. We're going to go on to the next budget. No, I think it's not even a budget item. Thank you. We've already done D, which is water and sewer rates. We've done E because on the consent agenda. On the summer town council meeting schedule, this was originally on the consent agenda last week. We pulled it off. We've kept it off for this week. And I have since sent the full council, and particularly with attention to chairs, a laying out of the additional meetings and agendas as we know them for the moment, from now until the end of December, actually the first week of January. And I, to the best of my knowledge, unless I've missed something, I haven't received any changes, but I'm certainly open to that discussion. But the question and the motion before the council is to amend the 2024 town council meeting schedule by removing the regular meeting on August 5th, 2024. Is there a second?
Shane
Second,
second.
Rooney.
Okay. Andy Jo, you asked for this to be removed, and so I'm going from consent, so please speak first.
Yeah, no, I am concerned. I thank the town manager for getting back to me on an email this morning. I obviously responded, so you were going to look into that. My concern was going more than 30 days between meetings when we are still awaiting a number of committee appointments. And if those appointments are not going to be made before the July 15th meeting, it's for us to be able to confirm and approve at the July 15th meeting that they would lag for 30 days or 28 days until they are automatically approved or up to the next meeting. And if that would actually affect the ability of certain of these committees to meet, because that's I don't want to cancel a meeting if we actually need to be approving committee appointments at that meeting so that they can meet. And so I hope the managers figured it out.
Yes, so the bulk of the appointments will come to the July 15th meeting. There are still some vacancies that we don't have applicants for. We are prioritizing the committees that are that need the applicants to maintain a quorum. Nobody has expressed a concern to me about very few people meet during, the big boards that meet are the boards that are appointed by the council, planning board, zoning board. The other committees are okay, are pretty good. So I think we'll get through this.
Okay. Any further questions? Mandy Jo? Oh, okay. Motion's been made and seconded. We'll move to a vote. We're going to make it through the alphabet tonight. I think in this case, I start with Andy, or do I start with Kathy? Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer Taub?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis?
Aye.
Counselor Ette?
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Counselor Haneke?
Aye.
Bob Hegner?
Yes.
Counselor Lord?
Aye.
Pam Rooney?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Aye.
Counselor Kathy Shane?
Yes.
It's 12 in favor and 1 absent. We're going to move on to appointments, I think. We're ready for that? Oh, no, it's very short. I sent to you, and it should be in your packet, my compilation of all of the information I've received from you about the town manager's goals, both the ranking within the goals and the ranking across the goals. The email I sent explains that ranking in the goals, within each goal, you could go 1 to 5 or even beyond if there's more. And some people chose to, and some people did not want to. And then across goals, if it was in your top 5, you got a double X or you got an X. And if it was in the second 5, you got just 1 slash. I have not gone and prioritized or done anything else. What I really want you to do is to make sure that I have properly transcribed your numbers onto this sheet, both in terms of the rankings within the goals and the rankings across goals, so that if there are any changes, please send it to me individually, not to the full council. And if there are any changes that you would like to make in your own rankings, you may do that as well. The plan is that we will discuss this at our meeting on the 15th of July. at which point I would also like the council to seriously decide if there are certain goals that the council should spend an hour or so discussing because they need a little more clarity. And I would also like the staff and the town manager to let us know if they feel there are some goals that need a little more clarity. Okay, so the purpose of this being on the agenda tonight was just say, do you understand what I've asked? Counselor Bryan.
So this discussion that may or may not take place would take place on July 15 or take place at a subsequent council meeting?
It would take place on July 15th. The discussion about the overall goals will take place on the 15th. And on the 15th is when we would identify any areas in which we feel there needs to be a more concentrated conversation that we would then schedule into subsequent meetings. Okay, are there any other questions? Please feel free to contact me if you need further guidance. Thank you. We're going to move to appointments. The town manager does not have any appointments. The town council has 2 votes we need to deal with. I'm going to place in motion the first of those votes, and that is as recommended by the Governance, Organization, and Legislation Committee to appoint Andy Churchill, Bernie Kubiak, Raphael Rogers, Erica Bijlin, Ken LeBlond, Meg Gage, Julian Hines, Dan Muscat, and Marcus Smith to the 2024 Charter Review Committee for terms to begin July 1, 2024 and expire on the presentation of the final report to the town council. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
The vice chair of GOL is with us tonight, Councilor Ette. Is there anything you would like to add to the report that was filed?
Not a lot, except to say that I think we were a little bit slow in the process because we weren't able to get, at least initially, enough candidates to have a sufficient pool. At the end, we were able to come up with 12 very well qualified candidates, and out of those, we chose 9. Of the 9 we chose, we were looking at particular characteristics, some particular criteria, and I think that was demographic diversity, life experiences, community engagement, prior engagements with the charter, data collection, government engagement, and representation from the districts. It turns out that we were able to get applicants from, or at least candidates from 1, 2, and 5 be successful. So I would use this brief opportunity to say that one of the challenges with the form of government that we have is finding people who will be willing to work to support the government. And we're looking always for more people to join that work in different capacities. But I would also like to thank all those who applied and congratulate those who ended up being voted by GOL.
And I'm going to add only 1 or 2 little statistics, and that is at one point we actually had a pool of 19. We reached out to them to submit their statements of interest, and it reminded them of that 2 additional times, and then followed up with phone calls and texts to get people to submit their statements of interest. And we were successful at that point in getting 12 of them to do so. So there was a significant effort made to try to bring people in. Are there any other questions? Councilor Ward.
Is it okay to make a comment?
Please.
Okay. So not to make assumptions, even though I'm about to go making assumptions, I noticed that there are 7 AMABs. You all might refer to them as male, and I might be misrepresenting, to 2 female or AFABs. AFAB is assigned female at birth. And I understand it's probably what the pool offered. And I just want to notice that it's very male or AMAB heavy, as is all our politics. And I just want to make that notice. Thank you.
Except for the town council
Yeah, really.
and the school committee. Jennifer.
Yeah, my only comment is not a reflection on who was recommended by GOL, but I was disappointed that there was only one applicant, happened to be a woman, who was a former counselor, and I think that someone in that capacity would have been very helpful to have on the Charter Review Committee. So I was disappointed that someone who had that experience isn't among the candidates recommended.
Is there any other comments? Seeing none, we're moving to a vote. Jennifer, you're first.
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Yes.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
It's 12 in favor with 1 absent. Planning Board, the motion is to extend the terms of Doug Marshall and Janet McGowan to expire on the appointment of new Planning Board members. Is there a second?
Second, Rooney.
Okay. And let me just note, I believe we are planning to have those appointments by the 15th of July, right? Counselor Haneke.
Thank you. I just have a comment about the report here, that implied that the committee voted to make this recommendation. And while maybe my memory is wrong, while I believe the committee had a discussion about it, I don't think we took a formal vote. And if we did take a vote, the report should actually indicate what that vote was. It doesn't indicate a vote, but it says it starts with this report is regarding the motion to extend the terms of the 2 planning board members, which implies that there was a motion or a recommendation to do so. And while I'm not going to vote against this because of how it was worded, I don't actually think it's necessary to extend the terms under the law, unlike ZBA, but it makes some sense, even if it is just for 2 weeks on the way this one is worded. I would appreciate if committee reports in the future are clear as to whether a committee actually voted and what that vote was.
Pam, did you have any comment?
There was no vote.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Counselor Haneke, you still have your hand up. I don't think you went there. Okay, then we're going to begin the vote. In this case, it's with Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Counselor Ette,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye. Counselor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Aye.
Counselor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Counselor Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
It's 12 in favor, 1 absent. We did have 2 sets of minutes we approved on the consent, and there was another set that was not in the packet. So at this point, we are going to go on to committee and liaison reports, CRC. And please, while you're doing that, mention what your plans are for the summer. That would be useful, okay? Pam Rooney, CRC.
The CRC, this is a report on the 2 meetings of June. We will meet tomorrow, June 25. On June 11, we made our way through roughly 3/4 of the nuisance bylaw as it had come back to us from GOL and the town attorney. And participating staff were the building commissioner and chief of police, which we appreciate as always, as those 2 people and their departments will be the primary enforcers of this bylaw. Tomorrow evening, again, we faced exactly the same issue with a very small pool of candidates and encouraging them numerous times to submit a statement of interest. We will begin our meeting tomorrow to fill the two impending vacancies, and those statements of interest can be found on the CRC meeting notice packet for tomorrow. The recommendations from that vote will come to you on July 15 for your approval. As we just voted, actually not last night, but tonight, we voted to extend the terms of those two board members who would otherwise finish this week. Also tomorrow, if we have time, we are going to continue to move forward on the nuisance bylaw. So that is the getting through nuisance, getting it back to the council for a first reading and then a second is probably going to take most of the summer because we just canceled the 5th, but that didn't seem, August 5th, it did not seem worth bringing you all in here for a first or second reading of the nuisance bylaw. So
It also has to go back to GOL first.
I was told it might not have to, but I will double check on that.
Okay, we'll check. Thank you.
Okay, yes, and the rest of the summer, we have a presentation at some point from the planning director on the design guidelines and on the University Drive overlay as being discussed by the planning board at this time. The rest of the summer would be spent on solar bylaw. Thank you. Oh, and we would like an extension of our deadline of June 30th to September 30th to give us time to work on that.
We don't usually vote extensions. We just accept the fact that, yeah, right. Counselor Haneke, you have your hand up.
Yeah, to follow up on my comment under the last motion, the report that came in today from CRC had the wrong date for the vote of tonight, which you just mentioned. It said last week we voted those extensions. You corrected it just now. But it also, you mentioned this motion to extend, and again, you had this on behalf of the CRC in the motion, and I know I didn't make the whole meeting last time, so maybe it happened in there. But I don't think CRC as a whole made that request. I think it's you as chair making that request. So adding the on behalf of implies something else. I don't know. I'm a very, I'm a stickler on accuracy, I guess it is. But if it was the whole CRC again, under our rules, the vote needs to be listed as to who voted what way and what that motion was.
Was discussed, not voted.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I wouldn't interpret that wording to be that we voted.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions on CRC? Counselor Haneke? Elementary School Building Committee, Kathy Shane.
As you know, we're only meeting once a month. We met on Friday with the good news that the pre-building work is basically done. And it looks like all the bidding documents will be out by the very beginning of July. So one of the things that, aside from other interesting items, the kids interviewed one of our design teams about what this construction project, and they've done a little YouTube video of it. It was very cute. And the other is if you drive there, there is a pile of dirt, a really big pile of dirt. They've got enough dirt to weigh the same as a 3-story building. So it's compacting down the dirt underneath it to be ready, and then that dirt will be spread. But they've actually somehow measured the weight of the dirt to do the building. So it's a pretty exciting moment as we move to the next phase of the building. And then in terms of summer plans, we have a July 16th, 19th meeting, and then an August 16th. So so now we're more in a phase of getting reports rather than making major decisions. That's assuming the bids came in a way that we're all happy with.
And the bids are due when?
The bids are due, well, I'm going to say end of August is when the bids are due. So we'll be seeing that in September. Yeah.
Great. Finance Committee, Bob Hagner.
Yeah, we met last week and most of the meeting was devoted to a discussion of the reparations fund and what options we have for funding it and drawing it down. And it was a pretty wide-ranging conversation. I am working on developing some notional spreadsheets. I did a quick and dirty one for the meeting, but some notional spreadsheets so people can play with, how quickly we fund it and how quickly we deplete it, and do we deplete it all, et cetera, et cetera. So there's going to be several options for looking at it. Councilor Haneke also brought up a series of options that were in the KP Law memorandum. So I'm going to include that, sort of the pros and cons of how to fund things. The other piece that we looked at was the infamous letter to the regional school committee. But most of the time it was taken up by the discussion of the reparations fund. And we don't really have a plan for the summer yet. I'll try to get one for our next meeting, which is on July 2nd.
Okay, thank you. GOL, Breke.
Nothing to talk about.
Thank you. Actually, we do have two meetings. One is scheduled in July and one is scheduled in August. And the first that we will be bringing the finance recommendations forward is for the August meeting, because we don't meet again until August. We meet again on July. GOL meets in July on the 18th, and then we bring them forward, yeah. And since finance is not a particularly active committee, we felt that would work. George?
So this shows you how much I'm paying attention. Did we vote earlier to not meet on August 5th?
Yes.
Thank you. I thought that's what we did. So we will meet again on August 19th. I'm sorry. I know I voted yes. I know.
We're meeting on July
I always vote yes,
18th.
except when I abstain.
Right.
August 19th is the earliest that the FinCom appointments could
That's
be.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Jones Library Building Committee. Pam?
I'm looking at Paul.
Oh, I'm
if
sorry.
he has-
George,
if-
I'm sorry. George, did you have anything more to say? And Bob, did you have anything to say?
I just, go ahead, George. No, I just wanted to say that Bernie Kubiak, who's the one resident member of the finance committee, he can stay on and meet until
He's
his
replaced.
successor is replaced. Yep.
Replaced or voted in? Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, Jones Library Building Committee.
I'm looking at Paul because he could probably tell you the two things that I would announce because he did them.
Sure. So the memorandum of agreement with the Jones Library trustees has been signed, as has a contract with extension with the FAA, the architects. We don't have a Jones Library Building Committee meeting scheduled. The library director comes back from vacation on July 1st. I assume we'll get something scheduled when she gets back.
Great. Any questions? TSO, Andy?
Yes, TSO is meeting on Thursday, and at our last meeting, we had a substantial discussion about the waste hauler bylaw and the whole waste hauling system. And where that is at now is that I have a draft of a report to all of you, to the council, that is going to go into a packet tomorrow and be so that it's in the hands of the committee 2 days in advance of the meeting. And when we will have the opportunity as a committee to confirm that it accurately conveys what we talked about and where we are. So at the next meeting, we'll have a much more complete report on the 15th. I'm not suggesting that we're going to be requesting council time and in any significant way. Certainly, I don't expect any action to be requested, but I felt that it was important that we do a comprehensive report about the reasons to do a bylaw of this type, why it would be done, and what the challenges are, and that might stimulate discussion. So I hope that there's an opportunity to talk about the report then. The other two things we're going to be taking up on Thursday, and the meeting is going to be posted first thing tomorrow because it has to be, are two road issues for first discussion. There were four things that were referred to us. Two have been disposed of, and what happened was DPW and town manager asked that we focus on Belchertown Road and Heatherstone first, and that we come back to the roundabout proposed for Amity Street and University Drive, and then for improvements on West Street in the section between Potwine and Longmeadow. And so this will be our first opportunity as a committee to have a discussion with the with Mr. Mooring about it and about his proposal, and with the town manager, and that then usually stimulates a little bit of process before it comes back to the committee. So those are the two things, are the things that are on the agenda right now. We don't have a summer schedule yet. I do hope we have an opportunity to talk about that also when we meet on Thursday.
Andy, when do you think you want to have the waste hauler discussion with the council?
I don't, as I say, if there are questions that come up as a result of the written report that we file, I hope that there'll be at least an opportunity for people to ask questions at this point in the meeting. I don't anticipate that we're asking for a substantial amount of time, but at least to get any initial questions out. But it's going to take a little while, I think, before the committee has a concrete proposal or decision on a concrete proposal. And that's, so we're moving in a direction. But I wanted to let you know that we've really come back to that and are giving very serious discussions about it.
Kathy?
So I have a question on when you expect to talk about the roundabout at Amity. I'd like to be there because I have questions about why not roundabout near Fort River School. So I just would like to hear the discussion.
As I said on Thursday's morning's meeting, we will get a first presentation. What normally has happened in TSO, and this is years of experience, is that there's a discussion in the committee. It is then referred to TAC, Transportation Advisory Committee, and the Disability Access Advisory Committee. And we ask them if they have comments and recommendations. And so that there's no action in the committee anticipated by me as chair at the next meeting, because I think that the most likely outcome based upon, common practices, that it's just an initial presentation.
Okay. Are there any liaison reports? Councillor Lord.
Thank you. I would like to just quickly report out about the Community Safety Social Justice Committee. The CREST director attended the last meeting, And it's exciting to hear them talk about community outreach, access, and collaboration. And then as some of you have seen in your emails regarding an appointment, there are a couple vacancies, and there has been a lot of support, and this counselor also supports the reappointment of Deborah Ferreira as a strong candidate who amplifies the voice of many who don't get to the table quite yet. And so I just wanted to lift that up here. She was also on CSWG, so she has the institutional memory that might help our community safety social work. Thank you. Not social work, social justice committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Paul may already know this, but the Council on Aging in its meeting in June, that's the last meeting that they'll have a quorum. So I don't know if that had been communicated or if I don't believe they were meeting until the end of the summer, but they'll need a quorum. They'll need some new appointments before they can meet.
Thank you. Any other committee liaison reports? Paul, any particular comments? No written report this time, of course.
Right.
but-
So a few things. One, just we all heard about the 911 outage and just compliment our staff in terms of responding to that. There's very little communication coming from the state. Our dispatch director was on vacation, so our second in command was in charge. Our communications manager was on her third day on the job. So it was a lot, but we got through it. We had a debrief and a after action analysis of the event and how we communicated with each other this afternoon, and that was really helpful because a lot of people have really detailed notes and with some lessons learned. We don't think 911 will go out again. I think that we've learned that lesson, but there will be something else, and so we're really happy to have gone through that search, the review of it. We have received a Mass Trails grant for $110,000 to create a shared use path at Hickory Ridge that will connect East Hadley Road residents with Pomeroy Village. So it'll cut through Hickory Ridge. So there'll be a nice path that connects folks to the shopping area in Pomeroy Village. We're also part of a small part of another grant under Mass Trails that will start from I-91, the park and ride in Deerfield, and go down 116 to Meadows, just beyond Meadow Street. So this will create a path for people to start to get to that. A lot of people travel along Route 116. That's really the purpose. This was initiated by the town of Sunderland, and we supported that in terms of being creating more pathways for people. The North Common is taking shape. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but plantings are in, the trees are in, the shrubberies are in, the perennials are being planted. So it's starting to take some shape in terms of it's not just a lot of blank. The grass is starting to turn green. So they're moving pretty rapidly right now. And last, I just want to thank all of you who were able to come to Chief Nelson's retirement. He was really excited by the event that so many of you took the time to see him off. He's still got he's still here till June 30th. He's the chief in charge this weekend, so he'll be working to the last day. But he was just very flattered and really pleased. We talked a couple times a day, and he is just brimming with thanks for everybody who came out. So thank you for that. And thanks to Angela Mills, who just put everything together with support. It's amazing.
Very nice. Okay. I did submit a written report if you have any questions. And I do want to note, I'm sorry that Arlie has left in the audience, but the reason we go through the process that we're going through for the trustees is because that is how the charter has indicated we replace people when we're not in the election season. So if somebody resigns during the election, during a period where there is no election, we actually go through this process. We've done it for school committee, we've done it for the housing authority, and now we're doing it for the library trustees. it's a very prescribed process in the charter. Andy, you had a question?
Yes, or suggestion, and that is simply that we had a discussion a lot earlier today about charter school funding formula, and when you have an opportunity to raise that in meetings with our legislative delegation, I think that we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to mention that I learned from Mindy Dom today that she filed 6 amendments for various monetary amounts in the economic development bill. Those include solar canopies for parking lots, sidewalks, road repair and repaving, DPW facility, fire station, and senior center feasibility study. She doesn't have any sense of whether they will make it or not, but at least they were filed. And Representative Blaze, she has supported her bill to create a public safety and municipal building authority. So we are in contact. Are there any future agenda items? Okay, see none. I'm going to make a motion to adjourn and seek a second.
Second.
I'm sorry, Counselor Walker. Yes.
It's okay. I didn't want to suggest any future agenda items, but I thought that there might be a section for counselor comments at the end. And I did just want to make a comment. I didn't think it was appropriate during the liaison section because I'm not a liaison to any committee. But I did also want to make a comment regarding Counselor Lord's comment on the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, and just also vocalize my very strong support in the reappointment of Deborah Ferreira as a member of the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee. As one of the original members of the CSWG, it is completely critical for her continued engagement and involvement around these topics, considering that she was, a part of the founding vision, and she presents a type of continuity that wouldn't exist otherwise. There are multiple vacancies on that committee that have not been filled, and I do understand that the town manager has the intention of allowing her to continue to serve until those vacancies are filled, despite her term ending on June 30th, which is in a couple of days. But I'm advocating for beyond that. I'm advocating for a reappointment. And I think that the town manager stated that his reason for not reappointing Deborah Ferreira was because that she had already served 2 terms. It was like a term limit, but they're 2 separate committees. And I don't see that that is being enforced. Otherwise, we have voted tonight to reappoint people to other committees that have already served a term. And so I'm not understanding why that would matter when the CSWG is not the CSSJC. The CSWG no longer exists. And this is her first term serving on the CSSJC. And there are already vacancies that are not filled. And so again, I just want to voice my support and my hope that the town manager will reconsider that decision and decide to reappoint Deborah Ferreira. She has played an integral role in community safety in our town and for bringing a voice to marginalized communities in our town as somebody who engages with the community at a ground level and is very involved in community, and who is an attorney and who works at UMass. I think she has a different level of knowledge, and she definitely shows capacity and the desire to continue to serve our town, considering the difficulty that we sometimes have getting people to serve on committees. I think we ought to use this and recognize this as a really fortunate opportunity for our town, and that we ought to take advantage of that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ette.
Just wanted to throw in a few words about tone for the town and tone for the council. I understand and realize that people are passionate. Members of the community are passionate about issues that they're interested in, but I think it helps to take a few moments to consider what is said and what is written. perhaps I can speak for myself. I'm a human being who, when I'm pricked, I bleed. And so I hope, not just for myself, but for members of the town, that we pay a bit more attention to how we express ourselves, because with the wrong tone, the message gets lost. And what is more important is the message. And I hope we can be a bit more compassionate, gracious to each other. And with regard to the council, especially for this evening, there were a few moments where things got a bit testy. I think in these hallowed, they call this a hall, but in this hallowed room, we have an opportunity to model a sense of decorum that can then be displayed within the town. Thank you.
Are there any other councillor comments? I'm going to I did make a motion to adjourn, and was it seconded?
Second.
Okay. We do have to vote. And we start the vote with Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Yes.
Councillor Etche,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer, aye, Councillor Haneke,
Aye.
Bob Hegner,
Yes.
Councillor Lord,
Aye.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Councillor Ryan,
Abstain.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub.
Yes.
It's 11 in favor, 1 abstain and 1 absent. You can stay here all night. It's up to you. Thank you.